So we're going live on YouTube correctly, but we're not going live on Twitch at the same time. Failed to create encoder object. Fantastic. Oh, wait. Did that actually work even though it said that it wasn't working? Maybe it did. Hypothetical. Hey, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's actually live. Cool. It lied to me about it not being live, but it's live. Okay. So the title on Twitch is what I set it to beforehand. And the title on YouTube is what I set it to beforehand. So I have to manually change those. Can I do that live? Yeah, I think I can. I think I can. Alright, this is fun. We are literally doing it live. I'm curious if this actually sent notifications to anyone, since I explicitly told it not to, but I bet that it did anyway, didn't it? Okay, now how am I actually going to... By the way, assuming we're actually live right now and there's like literally anybody you can hear, it did, cool. I'm trying to figure out how to simultaneously stream to YouTube and Twitch, and it's been a process, including switching broadcasting programs and importing all of my old stuff over to that, and then downloading plugins, and then needing to manually set the ingest servers. I was using Streamlabs before, and now I switched over to OBS because OBS had a plugin supposedly that allowed it to happen, and I couldn't figure out how to get plugins to work with Streamlabs, so now we've switched over to OBS, which I understand was the original that Streamlabs branched off from anyway. I don't know. It's mostly working. So why are we doing both? Because why not? It's allowed now, as far as I know. I don't think I'm going to get, like, the Twitch police knocking at my door. I think. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so I still don't actually know how to get YouTube chat up on here, but I assume for the time being that probably doesn't matter. I also don't know if there's like any way to actually advertise these on YouTube, but we'll figure that out later. What if I just split this over here and I just have both of them up anyway? Okay, cool. Title, Alchemy. And then let's just copy those titles. Learn... What? No, why would I... Why are you asking me if I need to set warning labels for drug usage? Is it because I set the title to pig-pilled? Is that why Twitch is asking me if these are drug... I'm confused enough, Twitch. You don't need to throw this at me now. Okay, and save this now on YouTube. Fantastic. Okay, and now I can see both chats, sort of. Perfect. Okay. Testing, can I talk in both chats? Sweet. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, the stream tag issues were just that every time I added tags, it deleted them, which I assume was because Streamlabs was probably manually resetting them to 0 every single time. But I guess now that won't happen, because Streamlabs also imported new stream titles every single time, which was kind of convenient. But now if I just have to do it manually for both YouTube and this regardless, then I don't know. then I guess I'm going to have to do that regardless. Nope, wait, that's not what I want. What do I want? I want to close everything that isn't Twitter and find this thing. All right. And go to this, and I guess let's just see if everything works. I assume that that cut me off mid-sentence, and I hope that this is about to cut me off. So just to verify, that did turn the audio off, correct? We hope so. Excellent. Working as expected. I probably shouldn't have tried to learn a new interface for the back end of how this streaming is going to work at the same time as trying to learn how to multi-stream, but there's no way to learn quite like throwing yourself into the deep end and sinking, and then somehow you don't die and then you've learned. I believe that's how evolution works. Retrieve socks. We can do that. I guess that's... the redeems are not going to be on YouTube, but that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Socks, are you still over there? No, you went and got food. All right. Perfect. That's a thing I should have tested. We are, in fact, using the correct audio device. Fantastic. All right, we got a kitty cat. Perhaps temporarily, but we got a kitty cat regardless. Oh, right, we're not showing the kitty cat. I might as well. Okay. Can somebody find me the URL that we're currently streaming to on YouTube? So that I can, like, actually include that in a tweet, I guess? Because I am on the back end seeing the, like, editables, but I have no clue what URL we're actually live at. That's URL, huh? But like, oh, nope, that's two of us. Close, all right. So if I copy just this part, is that good enough? Nope, it isn't. Please tell me that stays muted. Oh, no, that doesn't even include the video anymore. Now it's just the chat? Cool. Okay, what about this URL? Is that good enough? Yes. Perfect, excellent, delightful. Got it. Okay. Streaming some Alchemy, best of... I should just put this up. We're kind of completely going off the rails compared to the normal way that I start this off. This is the deck we're going to be streaming today. It's a lot of fun. It's an Alchemy deck. And you get to play a lot of busted cards. Stern Scolding? Busted. Sauron's Ransom? Busted. Rusko Clockmaker? Busted. Pigs? Busted. And then, like, the rest of the cards are cards that exist. Is there an Alchemy thing coming up? Yes, there is a Alchemy Best of 3 qualifier weekend this Saturday. If you're worried about chat hearing typing, you can use NVIDIA Broadcast to help with that. That sounds almost useful. I wasn't worried about getting picked up at all. I was worried if it was like outrageously loud. Alchemy right now is standard -1 year, plus Lord of the Rings, plus all the Alchemy only cards from the last 2 years, or something like that. Bye, kitty. So yeah, it's very confusing what's legal in Alchemy, and I have just been trusting Scryfall to not steer me wrong, hopefully. Okay, but I still need to do this tweet, trying out this new multi-stream thing, so we're going to be blah, 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 blah. Streaming Alchemy best of 3 prep, yes. And then we must include clickbait, which means it is mandatory that we include a deck list image in the stream going live thingy. So crop and save. And presumably none of this is actually showing up. Probably on screen. No? Cool. Excellent. That means it's working as intended. What are you doing? No. Stream. Esper Pigs. We'll name it that. Perfect. Yours jumped from 23 to 50 just for mentioning a deck screenshot? Of course, that's how it works, isn't it? Alright. Media. Include deck screenshots. Export. Add description. Add exportable deck list to description. Save. Twitch.tv/me. I wonder if it's going to be a different YouTube URL. Wait. Did I lose? I wonder if it's going to be a different YouTube URL every single time. Yeah, I did lose that stream URL I just spent so long finding. It was this? Yes? Because Twitch is nice. I can always just link to my actual Twitch page and it'll, work. But presumably there's going to be a different URL for every single stream on YouTube that I'm going to have to find every single time. You can't just go to, like, the channel live URL. Maybe you can. Maybe I'll need to figure that out. Okay. Okay. I think this is good. If it's not, I'll live with it. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna have to moderate twice as many channels at once. Wow. And you're all so rambunctious normally even without that. You can go to your main channel under live on YouTube. Yeah. I'm used to, when making a post on Twitter, just like typing twitch.tv/Chris Botelho. So hypothetically, it would be nice if I can then just do like youtube.com/Chris Botelho/live or something, but we'll have to figure out if that's something that we can do in the future. There was one card you didn't play that I think is good that's Reprieve. For this, I believe, yeah, I'm playing for Reprieve. I agree, that card's good. I want to play it. youtube.com/channel/channel ID/live. Okay. That's a lot of characters for Twitter, but I guess Twitter treats links differently where it like automatically shortens them, so maybe that'll work. Yeah, better remand, especially in a format with Cavern of Souls, and The Hobbit. Because it's very fun to remand spells that can't be countered, and then they have to recast it the second time without using Cavern of Souls, because they already tapped Cavern of Souls, and then you memorialize it. That's delightful. Okay, alright. I think we're mostly good. I think I'm going to have a hard time keeping track of multiple chats, but we'll call it something. And presumably I'll be a lot less confused once we actually start playing Magic, because somehow that confuses me less than technology. Alright, we're going to skip the part where we normally do like an introduction or something, because my brain's already frazzled enough. Am I correct in guessing the One Ring has been modified to be much worse in this format? Yes, the One Ring and Bowmasters are the two cards that stand out as having been nerfed in Alchemy. Bowmasters no longer has an ETB, but is otherwise the same, and the One Ring now costs 1 mana to activate, instead of activating for 0 mana. Which isn't the most massive nerf, all things told, but I also have found it to just, like, be weaker than doing Rusko stuff for the most part. And also Pig is just so good against the ring. Just so good. Alright, we'll keep this. Plenty of lands. We got pigs. What more could we need? Ooh, that felt choppy. Okay, that's better. Hopefully, trying to stream to 2 different platforms shouldn't be taxing my computer so much that things get messy. Why are the pigs so good? Think about everything you have ever heard in favor of Bonecrusher Giant. And Pigs is basically that, but better. Let me let the cat out, and then we'll get into detail about this. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, don't bump your head. You know how doors work. You've been around before. Oh. Okay, to combat. No? Wait, we're on my turn? Oh, I see, we skipped through their attack already while I was gone. Okay, I would like to play a white card. And I would probably like to pass the turn. Okay, so to summarize Pig. It's very... oh, I'm not playing ranked somehow. Okay, suddenly all makes sense. So 3 mana to exile anything in a format where a lot of the most impactful, critical 3 mana cards are creatures is just really nice to have, especially as a follow-up to stuff like Reprieve and our Exile Mana Leak. But on top of that, most of the defining cards of this format are artifacts and enchantments. And one of the cards you get to summon when you cast Porcine Portent is First Little Pig, which is the one you're going to summon the most often. So essentially, you get a 3 mana very good removal spell tied to a 4 mana 3/3 creature that has a 2 mana activated ability to exile an artifact or enchantment, meaning it gets around indestructible. And so the 2 big things you can exile are the One Ring and the Midnight Clock Tower from Rusko. And those cards are just pretty much incredibly strong. Yeah, Porcine Portent is exactly 3 cards, so it'll give you the same choices every single time, which is wildly convenient. That creature gets +2/+0 and gains haste. That's gonna be annoying. Alright, let's play a second little pig. We're gonna just call this a warm-up game while I kind of get my bearings back from underneath me. I don't know why they didn't just ride pigs. They should have. It would have simplified things quite a bit. So that gets played. gains haste. Is this deal an amount of non-combat damage? Perfect. Okay. Stern Scolding, delightful. I kind of have no clue what I'm playing against, which is not helping my ability to decide what on earth I should be doing here. But for the most part, I think I'm just going to keep playing pigs and hope pigs make for good blockers. Okay. I don't actually have very many answers to big flyers at the moment, and my temporary lockdown doesn't do anything if my opponent just sits here with an ogre battle driver. So this is odd, to say the least. Okay, so it's going to cost 4 mana to get a pig up. There's no way I can cast this Lorien Revealed before my opponent either kills me or I deal with everything they have. So I think I just take an untapped land. Hope we draw something relevant. We don't. So I'm pretty much dead, but we'll pretend that's fine. I am now just dead. I have somehow lost a game to an ogre battle driver and basically nothing else. That is somewhat surprising. Okay, yeah. Well, you got me. I guess the secret to beating temporary lockdown control is to only play 5-drops that don't die to temporary lockdown. I was not expecting Erebor Flamesmith into mono creatures. So I guess I wasted my Porcine Portents by virtue of having no idea what my opponent was doing? I guess? How many cards was my opponent playing, by the way? It was 60. Okay. I guess I want more Sunfalls. And I guess I want Get Lost. And I guess we'll call that good? No? Not good? Alright, we'll play one more Lorien Revealed. I don't mind pairing board wipes with card draw, I suppose. Yeah, I guess maybe it's an Ogre Battle Driver meta? Maybe. Take the play. Alright. This is Magic cards. I feel like it's very hard to ever throw away a hand that holds up turn 1 Stern Scolding. Because even when your opponents never play 1-drops ever, you still, like... Do I want 2 Stern Scoldings when I already have a reprieve? I guess this is actually kind of irrelevant, and I'm really asking the question of if I want Stern Scolding in my deck or I don't want it in my deck, because I'm going to almost certainly shuffle due to Lorien Revealed regardless. But then again, Stern Scolding, if I would like to not use this... Maybe I would like to have a Stern Scolding if we use a Stern Scolding here, because if you turn 4 Rusko, it's very nice to be able to hold up Stern Scolding off of the Rusko trigger. But looks like it doesn't matter. We get to take Undercity Sewers. We have a Sunfall. Do I want the 5th land? If my Rusko is going to eventually draw me more cards, I think all I want to do is not miss land drops for a while. I have enough gas to last forever. I was debating Disdainful Stroke, but I don't want to board in Disdainful Stroke against an aggro deck in the blind, because theoretically they shouldn't have expensive cards post-board, but I also have no clue what my opponent's doing, so who's to say? Alright, we have played Rusko. Rusko is a 4-mana 3/3 that produces 1 hasty blue mana Drains the opponent for 1 every single time you cast any non-creature spell, and Midnight Clock eventually draws 7 cards while being a mana dork the entire time. And these are 2 separate pieces of cardboard that the opponent has to answer both. It's kind of silly and busted. It might just be Big Gruel, but also nothing that our opponent played last game actually seemed like it had coherence to it, so I don't know what I'm supposed to expect. Case in point. I have no clue what I'm supposed to expect. Literally anything is possible at any given time. Alright. Do I even care about Krenko? I guess is a question I should be asking myself. Should I just let them put more creatures into play? So that I can get more value out of Sunfall? Is that the objective? I don't know, why not? Yeah, I think that the opponent's probably just playing cards, because this still isn't ranked, because apparently I somehow, despite thinking I clicked the ranked icon that was my rank symbol, somehow we're not playing ranked. Not sure how exactly that happened. But here we are. You saw me click unranked. So is unranked the button that has the symbol of your rank? I feel like maybe I've made this mistake before and we realized that's what happened and that was insane. But it sounds familiar. I'm willing to allow this to resolve. I don't think I use my Stern Scolding here, even though that's going to draw a card. I'm okay with just being able to Sunfall with Stern Scolding held up on the future turns. Robotic Arms. I don't got any of those, unfortunately. It'd be real cool if I could do that. Alright, well, opponent didn't do anything that mandates interaction, so let's put some counters on clock. Ranked is where you click your rank, play Q is just the Planeswalker symbol. I feel like I explicitly clicked my rank. Did I click my rank, then change formats, and that defaulted back to unranked? That is perhaps what happened, now that I'm thinking about it. Alright, I would like to Sunfall while holding up 2 mana that doesn't get destroyed by a Braid. We have a 2/2 to defend. Midnight Clock will be going off in short order. We would hopefully like to Porcine Portent before Midnight Clock goes off so that we can hold it in exile rather than shuffling it back in. Ogre Battle Driver. Ah yes, I recall you be beating me quite badly before. Happily willing to use the mana to get rid of that. More lands, sure. We have no creature lands as of yet, but we have plenty of removal. That is a large creature. I would like to answer large creature. I think we will set this Midnight Clock up as well as possible to flip. Alright, potentially I shouldn't be attacking with this 2/2 since the opponent seems addicted to giving everything haste. But then again, we haven't seen much that they could play with haste that would actually be profitably blocked by a 2/2 other than chump blocking. Alright, Midnight Clock goes off, we shuffle 7 into the deck, we draw way too many lands, which seems like a fairly common occurrence, but we draw 1 interactive spell, and perhaps that is enough. Cavern of Souls. Oh no. A 5-drop. Cavern of Souls, Ravenous Sailback, gains haste until end of turn. I am willing to allow you to attack me for 3, opponent. Or you can destroy my 2/2. That is also acceptable. I could have reprieved that. Uncounterable means nothing to reprieve, but I feel like I'd rather get a ping with Rusko off of my reprieve than anything else. Alright. Demolition field that can hit the Cavern of Souls if we need it to. I don't know how many possible targets that Stern Scolding could hit that are dinosaurs that I would need to be worried about. So I'm just not going to worry about it. We will play a pig, which will ping with Rusko. We will get the 3/4 pig because it blocks 3-power creatures better than the 3/3 pig, and I'm not really expecting I'm going to need to use many disenchants here. If the opponent wants to explore onto the Ravenous Sailback to make it large enough to attack for 1 turn, I am okay with that. However, I don't believe you can explore at instant speed, which the opponent is just now discovering, so I will double block and trade my Rusko with the Sailback. We have another Rusko anyway. And I kind of wanted to play the other Rusko to get a second Midnight Clock regardless. Oh no! That was kicked. Okay. We will bounce it and make them recast stuff. Mostly to be mana efficient. I'm not actually that concerned if they kill our pig and our Rusko and don't do much damage to us. We still have a second Rusko and they are empty-handed. Frillback get bigger, opponent draw a card. Oh hey, cool, an answer to Frillback. I would like to do a Rusko and make some mana and play a land. Yeah, I can afford to tap land here. We're only really looking at 7 mana of spells in our hand regardless. Alright, opponent, what's your unknown card? It is a something, something, something. You may return it, something, something. That seems like a thing that is worth using a counterspell on. But the comeback spell is actually tied to that effect. So we're probably going to have to Porcine Portent it no matter what. Which is kind of annoying since it doesn't give us an answer to the Sailback, but we'll probably find an answer to the Sailback regardless. And I wouldn't mind if they try to explore onto the Phoenix so that I can get rid of it with the Portent regardless. Or they can try to make the Caryatid bigger, which doesn't really impact me in the slightest. Okay. What would you like to attack with, opponent? Just a Phoenix. In that case, I would happily love to exile the Phoenix. I guess I won't be Field of Ruining the... Oh, no, wait, what? We didn't go to the end of turn? Okay, I thought that's what I was clicking to do. Well, I wanted to cast Sauron's Ransom, but I'm getting just eaten up by interface confusion today, apparently. I don't think it will matter, to be honest. When did you become the villain? What part of Rusko is the villain? Rusko's delightful. We'll just take a first little pig at this point. I doubt the opponent's going to play anything that I need to exile, but, you know, why not be prepared? This pig's a 4/4 at this point anyway, which is plenty. Okay. Sure. Why not? I would like to Sauron's Ransom in response, I guess. What am I playing against? See, when I said I didn't want to bring in Disdainful Strokes because I had no clue what was going to be happening on any turn in this game, I feel like that evaluation was completely spot on. Yeah, we're not really getting as much value out of the 4 of Stern Scolding as I was expecting. Okay, cool. I'll take all of them, I guess. Yeah, I would like that pig to be my ring bearer. Thanks. We're not gonna mana leak the dinosaur that has been Cavern of Souls. I'm good on that front. Are we attacking? No, we are not. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this Cavern of Souls, I guess, and hope that I still have basics left in my deck. I assume that I do. I don't have a lot of basics in play. I'm gonna guess I have like a plains and an island, maybe 2 islands? I don't remember if I'm on 3 islands or 2 after I cut some stuff to fit targets for the Lorien revealed dual lands or something. Something like that. Opponent may or may not be finding a basic. Yeah, part of me does wish that I could figure out how to get growth spirals in this deck so that I could play more of the lands that Midnight Clock draws us into. That's part of the strength of Porcine Portent, is that it's kind of nice to be able to float it in exile when you have Midnight Clock go off. It's also very amusing. Porcine Portent doesn't make pig tokens, it conjures pigs. So you will very often draw your cards out of your graveyard with Midnight Clock and realize that you've just drawn a little pig. Which is usually fine. They're not actually like that bad. Especially if you have portents in play to just like play a 2 mana 3/3 or whatever with an ability. By Growth Spiral, do I mean Kellen? I do mean Kellen. Kellen's Growth Spiral. Kellen's Growth Spiral that draws 1.5 cards. There's no complaints to be had there. Do you think we got him? Do you think that the Gigantosaurus dex was actually only playing 1 forest and 4 mountains? Growth Spiral at sorcery speed. Yeah, and admittedly that is a little worse than Growth Spiral at instant speed. But on the other hand, it was often correct to Growth Spiral at sorcery speed like 80% of the time. And a lot of people actually played that card worse by trying to instant speed it. But the other 20% was valuable. I think maybe the opponent isn't actually trying to decide what basic to go get. Okay. Are we ready for the stream to actually start like 45 minutes in? Okay, so I clicked rank because it was defaulted to play. Then I clicked alchemy rank. Is that not what I did last time? Did I click the middle instead of the ranked button? I swear this is what I did. But I guess not. Okay. Here we go. Real magic. Hopefully. Did you see they're going to announce something about Arena Premiere Play tomorrow? I did not. That's interesting. Any theories about what it's going to be? You'll want to tune in to tomorrow's weekly MTG stream on Twitch at 10 a.m. Pacific time because we have some exciting announcement for our Premiere Play structure to share. Join Billy Jensen. Billy Jensen? Okay. and Kyle and Knudsen as they discuss what's coming soon to MTG Arena's competitive scene. Alright. Billy Jensen, aka Huey. Yeah, that's what I thought, but isn't Billy a different nickname for William? I don't know why that's throwing me for so much of a loop. Alright, we have lovely Fast Lands Forever, and we are apparently playing a mirror. Delightful. I will accept this. My opponent does not have the turn 3 Sauron's Ransom to pull incredibly far. We are not playing a mirror. Alright. What do you have to say about me attempting to Factor Fiction you for 3 mana, opponent? Is that cool? Also, they got rid of a Porcine Portent. I assume because they were desperate to find a land. Take a Rusko, who is a good card, or 3 cards, including Outrageous Robbery, which is like the best thing in the mirror you could possibly be doing. That seems like an odd pile to have given me. I would love to discard 2 cards to hand size, such as these 2 temporary lockdowns that are useless. And, ladies and gentlemen, we have entered the Draw Go Zone. The best possible zone to live in. Do I want to actually counterspell this, or return it to hand and make them keep tapping out at sorcery speed in the future? Feel like I would actually just like them to keep attempting to tap out at sorcery speed in the future, because that suits me just fine. We don't actually need to resolve Sauron's Ransom here, so I'm not going to have 5 mana up. We'll just have 6 mana up next turn. If I had fewer cards in hand, at this point, opponent, I would actually like to have Reprieve more than I'd like to have No More Lies, I feel like, so we'll just counter that for real this time. We're taking Demolition Field. I could potentially hit this Restless Vinestalk here. Nah, it's fine. Conjure cards, eh? Yeah, you can put that back in your hand, opponent, if it's all the same to you. Then I would like to Factor Fiction, please. Then I could let them resolve something impressive, I guess. I wonder if I was supposed to Sorcery Speed Rusko last turn, actually. I don't really need more lands at this point. Oh, hey, cool. Another Factor Fiction. Opponent gets to discard to hand size. You love to see it. I would like to make more mana, please. And I guess odds are pretty good I'm not going to need to Stern Scolding something, especially since they actually know about the Stern Scolding, so we'll just take this opportunity to play a tap land, especially one that has utility. They'll probably get to resolve their Constructor this turn. I will probably be totally okay with that. They will construct a bunch of stuff. I would like to Ransom, confirming that the opponent doesn't have any interaction, and then we're gonna just tap out to draw 7 cards from their deck and assume that we can beat whatever they do from here on out by having more mana than them. Or I could just answer the Construction Drone. That's also an option. I think I just take the Pig. Yeah, Pig better. Alright. I would like to play a land, and I would like to draw 7 cards from my opponent's deck while they are functionally tapped out. And then, opponent, from here on out, you can do whatever you want. It's all the same to me. We did not hit any of the Urza's lands, which is a little sad. Not gonna lie. Kind of wanted to get those out of their deck. But also, I guess that's fine. I don't feel like blocking this thing. We'll get rid of a basic planes, I think. So that way we can shuffle the basic planes back into the deck, which will be more targets for Demolition Field. They decide to block with the construct rather than attack with it to get the trigger. I think that suits me just fine. Chris asked many questions about socks, but I don't think I've ever asked if he has interacted with other cats. Yeah, he spent most of his life growing up with another cat. But not the last couple of years. Alright, so what do we have here? We have a Might Stone and a Weak Stone. What do you... Exile them, then meld them. Do I get control of the melded Urza if I'm the one who activates the ability of both of the cards? Can't meld cards you don't own. That's a good answer. Okay, let's go ahead then and make some pigs. And make a first little pig. And exile Might Stone and Weak Stone. And play this here land. And keep the pigs on top because that sounds delightful. And play Relics of the Rubble Belt because why not ramp? And I am Esper, so we'll take white-black. And I guess blue-red. And put the white-black one into play. And I'm sure there was a better way I could have done that involving, like, playing Urza first, but I didn't do much thinking there. Need to own and control them. Well, yeah. But either way, we would not be owning them. Relics of the Rubble Belt. Sure, sure, sure. Demir Signet, sure, sure, sure. Midnight Clock goes off, sure, sure, sure. Would like to play this land, because we're now realizing that playing lands from exile is not actually all that beneficial when we're about to shuffle away all the pretty lands we have in hand relatively soon. Would like to pork more. Get pig. Play Signet. Pig harder, 1 mana short of pigging twice. We will not bother pigging twice. I will just cut my opponent off mana where possible. I feel like I'm being real sloppy with my mana usage here, because I'm not actually thinking about the fact that I can play Urza, and that's probably a really good idea when it discounts like 90% of the cards I've stolen from them. I should probably play this Constructor Drone and try to start getting Urza's lands, I think. That feels like it was probably correct a while ago. Is it a pig or a boar? Okay, cool. None of my decisions and failure to make them correctly mattered because opponent just missed land drops for too long in pseudo-control mirrors. Sounds good to me. I think I would like to play against the deck that seems to be all about playing big stuff. Lorenz, no Get Losts, no Stern Scolding. Oh, wait, actually, Stern Scolding hits Urza. Maybe like 2 Stern Scolding. Robberies, yes. Duresses, yes. Lorien Revealed, yes. Temporary Lockdowns, I mean, it hits pigs and signets, but we could probably do better. Sunfall, Disdainful Stroke, yes. Surge of Salvation, maybe. I don't know how many black hand hate spells to expect my opponent to play. The logic behind Surge of Salvation is supposed to be that it counters Outrageous Robbery and hand hate spells, and protects your Ruskos while fizzling their Porcine Portents. which is like all sort of cool. Yeah, hitting Doppelgang would be kind of funny, but I expect they'll probably Doppelgang most of their own stuff. This is lands and spells, so we keep. Did you see the post Temur Tier 0 standard? No, what post is that? I don't disagree with that. I think Temur is, like, probably pretty close to Tier 0, and people have to figure out a way to respect it. But that makes me happy to hear regardless, even if perhaps it is only flattery. I think Temur is something that people can adjust sideboards to hate. Oh, absolutely not. But I kind of do want you to recast that in the future, so maybe yes. We're going to go with yes. I would like you to cast that again, opponent. We're going to be doing a lot of tap lands in the near future. Yeah, I guess I should probably hold on to Stern, or hold on to No More Lies over Stern Scolding. Opponent missed a land drop. That has to be good for us. They are also missing green mana. That has to be good for us. Would love for Urza to resolve so I can get a pig at it. Sounds like a good time. I do not think we will be sorcery speeding Lorien revealed here. Still no green mana for the opponent. Fine and dandy. Iron Crag. Still no green mana, though. I think I allow that to happen and then just play a pig, holding up pig activation and No More Lies, specifically to try to play around my opponent jamming Might Stone and Weak Stone. I think that's what I most want to deny them. If this gets countered, that's fine. Okay, if it gets put back in my hand and I get to draw another Lendaham, that's also super fine. Sauron's Ransom? The best Fact or Fiction ever printed? Sure, I'd love that card. Alright, opponent has access to green mana at long last. What does that unlock for them? Who knows? I would like to start with a Sauron's Ransom, I guess. Because if this doesn't hit land, then I'm probably cycling Lorien Revealed. What about Intrude on the Mind? I mean, Intrude on the Mind is almost like Sauron's Ransom. The only downside is 5 mana is a little bit more than 3, but otherwise, pretty good. I will just take the land drop and the Sauron's Ransom. Yeah, the other 2 cards were also good. No complaints. I will fire off another Sauron's Ransom. Opponent, if I can get a counterspell out of your hand with this, that's all good to me. 5 cards is more than 4, though? But is it? Is it? Because if I only take 2 cards... sure, why not? And if you're going to give me the 3rd Lorien Revealed, then I might as well just get a land with it, I guess. I guess... Am I okay playing the tap land here? Yeah, I think we're okay playing the tap land here. So we'll just grab a scry land. Call that good. Rusko? Opponent's got a little bit too much mana for me to jam a Rusko, though. So let's just comfortably blow up an Iron Crag. Call that good. Opponent wants to interact? Okay. Fair enough. I wasn't expecting Stern Scolding to stay in post-board, considering that, like, none of my main board stuff actually gets hit by it, but, okay. Do I want more lands? Yeah, I won't complain about that too hard. Relics of the Rubber Belt. That's fine. I'm okay with that. No idea what decided to make my throat so itchy just then. Demir Signet. Wow. Okay, sure. Deal. You got some mana, opponent. In fact, you got a fair whack of it. I would like to play a land and a Rusco and see what you have to say about that. The stop might have been a remand. They probably would have played a remand. Might have been a No More Lies. Probably... I think you would Disdainful Stroke in that spot. So it probably No More Lies. I would have to guess. More Relics of the Rebel Belt. Acceptable. You have lots of mana, opponent, which potentially makes my No More Lies look silly. You have more signets, opponent. All of this is acceptable to me. You have one unknown card in hand. I would like to draw 4 of your cards. What do you have to say about that? Hymn to the Ages. Is this an instant? I guess it is. And an Essence Scatter. Okay. Well, I suppose I can live with that. Let's go ahead and draw 3 cards, I guess? Oh, wait. Why draw 3 cards when I could draw 3 cards at instant speed, though? That's a fascinating question. Well, I do kind of like the idea of being able to start tutoring up more lands. But on the other hand, I like drawing 6 cards at instant speed as well. But I'm going to discard most of those. I guess we actually just go for the lands and pass. I think that's fine with me. Not that much sense in attacking, I don't think. They'll just fire up a 1/4 and block. I guess I could Porcine Portent it, though. Am I okay with that? I might have actually been okay with that. Would have still have enough mana to draw 3 if we didn't No More Lies. But I also have the suspicion that they have a No More Lies in hand, so I probably would prefer to hold up No More Lies while able to pay for their No More Lies. Honestly, at this point, they probably just play around No More Lies by holding up 3 mana whenever they cast something, but, you know. Here's Doppelgang. They did not hold up the ability to play around No More Lies, so that's cool, I guess. So now I just have to hope they don't have Negate, exactly? Nope, okay. Well, I feel like that might have gotten tricky there. Okay. Specifically, that was kind of why I was so gung-ho about firing off even the small steal spell, Outrageous Robbery, earlier. I was hoping I could hit a Negate or a Disdainful Stroke or a Duress off of them, but we didn't. So they would have had to do this for x equals 2, I guess? If they wanted to play around No More Lies. So they copy Rusco and Midnight Clock at that point, I guess? Yeah, I don't know if doing that for x equals 2 even would have been enough to keep them in this. I think that might have been correct of them to just do it for x equals 3 and sort of hope. This seems reasonable. What's their win con? I assume Doppelgang is a big enough win con that you're just fine with it. Urza's also a win con when flipped of a sort. Like, at some point when Doppelgang gets to large enough numbers, especially if you're copying Tron lands, it just ends up being a ritual of sorts. Like, if you make 3 copies of Tower, and you're probably making more than 3 copies of Tower, you're probably making like 5 or 6 copies of Tower in addition to a bunch of signets. Like, you dump in 15 mana, or what, 14 mana, and you're probably getting like 30 mana out of it to just fire off into your next spell. Like, that's probably just good enough, right? But yeah, doppelganging creature lands, giving you like 12 creature lands, is also a pretty good way to just kill somebody, as we have discovered is the case in Standard. I mean, you don't even have to play the creature lands, you can just copy your opponent's creature lands. Okay, no complaints. Has all the colors. Says something about the Alchemy queue. So it's kind of weird. The Alchemy queue is definitely less populated than normal, but I've had a better job of it finding good matches lately because people are actually practicing for the Alchemy qualifier. This is about as bad as I have had it be so far. Although I've gotten a lot of, hey, you're in Diamond 4, here's a Mythic player to play against happening. This feels like a matchup where I would be very, very happy to draw a temporary lockdown. And hypothetically also another white source, I guess. Guess I have the Sunfall. Yeah, there's the Zoetic Glyph. I would not like you to have that. Just please hit me with your schooner and call it good. I think that the Diamond 4 versus Mythic being normal is... Rather, I don't think it's having trouble finding opponents for me. I think that the opponent in gold was probably sitting around searching for like 5 minutes, and their matchup targeting algorithm finally gave up and decided to match them up against somebody way out of their league. Because I don't think a lot of people in gold are practicing for the qualifier. I think a lot more people at diamond and up are practicing for the qualifier. Hope it's okay to ask, but what is your win percent with Teamer Chris? Looking for the best build of the deck and wanted to compare. My win percentage with the deck, I don't really have a good measure on, because I've spent a lot of time playing weird brews, trying to figure out what mana bases worked and what spells were good. I will say my experience with the deck makes me think that it is a deck that is in the 75% win range if I just sat down and played what I know works. It's not like wildly busted, because you still have a tendency to lose games to random stuff, mostly your mana base or drawing the wrong combinations of cards. The lack of the second white source here for Sunfall's kinda gonna kill us. That said, I don't know what the best way to build the mana base is, and I don't know the correct number of Kellens, or whether you are supposed to main deck Vampire's Vengeance, but I am pretty confident in every other choice that I've made regarding the sideboard and mainboard. I don't think you're supposed to mess with Galvanic Iteration at all. I think that card's kind of just bad. I don't think you're supposed to have any Into the Fire in the 75. I think that card's just worse than Vampire's Vengeance by a long shot. We are dead? No? Yes. Okay. I was really hoping Get Lost wasn't their exact last card. I would like more temporary lockdowns and more Sunfalls, please. And we are okay getting rid of Outrageous Robbery and Kaya. And what else? I don't really want to get rid of Dreams of Steel and Oil. I guess we could trim a Sauron's Ransom in this matchup. Maybe that's acceptable. I don't really want to, but I don't know what else to cut. Does Stern Scolding have that many targets? Does Real Bonacorn's ability apply on the stack? I mean, Novice Inspector and Spyglass Siren are still enough targets that I'd run the 4 Stern Scoldings regardless. I could run one fewer Sunfall, I guess, to play a fourth Sauron's Ransom. Does that make sense? How many Shigeki do you run? I think one Shigeki, one Turtle in the main is very good. I run one more in the board. I think I would be likely to play the second Turtle main board before I played the second Shigeki. Because I think there are matchups where Shigeki is very good when your opponent is light on removal post board, or you just want to force them to use their limited removal on Shigeki when you played on turn 2, just to make your Nissa and Analysts more likely to stick around in the future. But Shigeki's only kind of medium against most aggro decks, and Turtle is actively good versus most aggro decks, ironically mostly because you want to discard it to Ill-Timed Explosion. Most of their threats are artifacts, Orin. Yeah, I'm not sure the tempo on that is good enough. Although I guess maybe that's useful against Zoetic Glyph. But Temporary Lockdown's also just real good there, as is Sunfall. Uncertain. It's not like we have any bad cards to cut at this point, is the thing. Like, if I'm cutting a Sauron's Ransom, then I am potentially boarding in too many things to begin with. Is 4X Stern good in Alchemy at the moment? I feel like it is. It's such a tempo blowout when it hits anything, and there aren't really any good decks that get to just completely ignore it. The Mirror is perhaps the only deck that does. But it's so powerful to have a Stern Scolding held up after you play a Rusko. Like, just so wildly powerful. I feel like I'm going to hold off on the Captivating Crossroads, even though, like, it's technically inefficient to sit around on it. It's such a world of difference if we manage to draw a white source or a black source before I commit this, that I feel like it's fine. And even if we have to play a tap land on turn 3, I don't think it's the end of the world. Yeah, I'll return that to your hand just to try to hit a land drop. It's fine. Okay. Now it's looking like odds are pretty good that I'm going to have to play this Crossroads on white, but if all the opponent does is play a 2-drop here, then I can Demolition Field for the plains and play Crossroads on black. That'd be fine. Mightstone's Animation would become a 4/4. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Am I okay with that? I feel like I'm probably okay with that. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card is real strong, though. Maybe I'm not supposed to be okay with that. Okay. I didn't realize this card had gotten buffed that much with that ability. It's kind of interesting. Alright. I will lock down, mostly out of hope that playing one lockdown for low value incentivizes them to start emptying their hand into the rest of my board wipes, which maybe is a tell to them, but I don't think that's likely. Radical. Swamp, swamp, swamp. Alright. I kind of have to take... No. I hate binning this Sunfall because it tells them I have a Sunfall, but I actually can't just take 3 Sunfalls and not have the ability to find card advantage faster when I really do kind of need to find card advantage faster. I don't think they play much... Well, they do play much in the way of creature lands. I don't think I'm supposed to hold this for creature lands when I would really like to be deck thinning, so... I'll get another white source. What you got in that hand, opponent? Lands. Cool. In that case, do I Sunfall? I don't think so. Opponents got an incentive if they do top deck Get Lost to hit my temporary lockdown at sorcery speed so they can activate Warden of the Inner Sky, and then I get to Sunfall. Wouldn't be terrible. Hey, look, that thing that I said. Does mean they get the clue, though, which makes me sad. Can't really clean that out efficiently. They put a card on top. Sad. Alright. I would like to clean up your stuff, opponent. Hopefully they did not keep a counterspell on top. That would make me very sad. Come to think of it, they kept a spell on top and didn't immediately crack to play it. Not sure what to think of that. So somewhat strong presumption that it was the Bunnicorn, I guess? Novice Inspector, sure. Slightly larger Bunnicorn. Are we okay with this? I feel like we are probably okay with this. I would like to use my mana more productively and get lost, but I think chilling for the time being makes more sense. I feel like this is more likely to come down to who has more resources than who has more, like, mana efficiency at this point. If they don't play anything and attack with Bunnicorn, I can double block the Bunnicorn, which I think is what we shall do. And if they have some sort of removal spell here, then I get to get lost the Bunnicorn. Nope, so we just trade a land with the Bunnicorn. I think that's probably okay. We have a creature in play now that we can explore onto. Norn's Inquisitor is mostly fine. Novice Inspector is mostly fine. I wouldn't really like them drawing a clue, I guess. Maybe I'm just supposed to normalize this in that case? I wouldn't if I had a temporary lockdown, but given that I don't have a temporary lockdown... Yeah. Ah, do I Sunfall my 2/2? Yeah, I think so. Oh, I should have attacked first, though, shouldn't I? I don't think I care if they double block, and if they flip up the 2/2 into a 3/3 to eat my 2/2, then I get to Sunfall it, which was probably better. Almost certainly. 6/6 creature, huh? Yeah, man. Draw 2, discard. That's pretty good. Feel like I have to kill this thing now before they have a chance to draw into a counterspell. I really don't love how much down resources that leaves me. That card is so much better than I was expecting. Huh. I regret siding out of Fact or Fiction. Admittedly, we were probably supposed to have found a Rusco by now, but still. Okay, there's a Rusco. I can live with that. Do I want to make you bigger than a 4/4? I don't think so. This flips... I guess I actually do, don't I? This flips into a 3/3, potentially double explores into a 5/5. I believe I just want to be big enough to make that hard to attack with. I don't know that the opponent cracking the map there is bad for them in any particular way. I guess it means that this Phyrexian has a smaller total potential. Oh, in terms of the case flipping. Yeah, that might be the case. Alright, so now we're in a race to get this midnight clock to flip so that we have the resources to just go totally over the top. At any point, we could draw a temporary lockdown, which I'm sure would be pretty good. I'm actually... Oh, that can be used at instant speed? Gosh, man, that's good. Okay. That is actually potentially a legitimate problem. I would like that to go back in your hand, opponent. Mostly so that I can get a counter on my midnight clock. Not many other reasons. Okay. I don't love that Stern Scolding stops me from putting a counter on midnight clock here, but the alternative is them resolving that, and that sounds even worse, really. Man, I wish we had drawn more Stern Scoldings, considering it just counters like every single thing in their deck. Presumably they put this on the flyer. Yes. I would like to draw a temporary lockdown. That would make me very happy. Stern Scolding. Well, okay. We're not dead immediately, so we get to put a lot of counters on midnight clock. 3 specifically. Will that be enough? I don't think so. So we are mostly... They didn't activate Mirex. That's an interesting choice. Please play a creature that's Stern Scoldingable, thank you. Gaining 1 life is legitimately so valuable here. Would have been not insignificantly worse for me if they just didn't play that. Counter on clock. Counter on clock. Draw something real, please. Demolition Field. I don't think that counts. So I can block 2 things. We're taking 7 damage. So I'm going to have to put 2 counters on Midnight Clock and then just hope that we draw into an instant speed spell that gets there. Well, okie dokie. Which means that the Mist Mirex token has quite the potential to be game losing. Alright, past blockers. Block, block. activate. What do I have that's instant? Porcine Portent and Sauron's Ransom are basically it, because I can't play any of the counter spells. Which I guess means I might as well leave up Stern Scolding and Porcine Portent and not a lot else. Oh, and get lost. Okay, so this is fine. Alright, time to attempt to draw into lethal, hopefully. Also just dead to a removal spell, so we're going to hope the opponent doesn't have one of them. Womp womp. Ironically, Dreams of Steel and Oil means if we had done that at sorcery speed, we would have made it, but that really wasn't worth it. So we die. I think the biggest mistake there was likely that I wasn't supposed to have cut the fourth copy of Sauron's Ransom. Like, we drew lots of board wipes that sort of got value, but despite playing a good control game, we drew 0 card advantage spells, so we couldn't really leverage the fact that we successfully played board wipes and got to the late game, and then they just outvalued us with 1-drop garbage cards that actually replaced themselves, I guess. It's so frequently annoying. Oh, we also saw no pigs. So we saw no Lorien revealed, no pigs, no Rusco, no... Alright, I guess thinking about it, it actually isn't that silly that I cut a 4th Ransom. It's just very silly that we play like 20 card advantage spells and saw 0. Maybe that's actually fine. Maybe that's completely fine. In order to make the clock go off on sorcery speed, I would have had to activate it one more time, and we would have only had 1 mana. And we had way more outs with 4 mana at instant speed than we did with 1 mana at sorcery speed. I feel like that's basically the only way I ever lose with this deck, is like somehow drawing no card advantage. But then I look at the amount of card advantage in the deck, and every single time it happens, I have to conclude, no, that's a freak accident. It's so impossible that we find no card advantage. And yet it keeps happening somehow. Maybe a better line was to use the maps on one of the turn you left mana unused. I was kind of operating under the assumption that I didn't want to transform any of the creatures because we could draw Sunfall. But maybe I wasn't supposed to care about that? I don't know. No regrets about surveilling away the 3rd Sunfall? No, I don't think. Because, like, I surveilled away the Sunfall explicitly so we could find card advantage sooner because I didn't think that I needed board wipes as much as I needed card advantage. And I think I stand by that because we didn't need more board wipes. We needed card advantage sooner than we found it. Like, we found Rusco exactly 1 turn too late. Wouldn't have been 1 turn too late if we had, found any other piece of spell that was card advantage after Rusco, but I think I kind of correctly identified what I was surveilling towards at that point. They shouldn't counter this because of fear of Rusco. I don't have a Rusco, but I could top deck 1. But I'm mostly just playing on what should be their reluctance to counter in this position with only 3 mana up. And I can't wait to Sauron's Ransom until turn 4, because then they could happily counter the Sauron's Ransom while still holding up a counterspell for Rusco. If they do decide to call my bluff, I end up very sad. I will take the face down cards because I got enough lands. Okay. Lands and a Lorien revealed. I can live with that. And a counterspell? I can super live with that. All right. Sauron's ransom's busted. I got enough lands, thanks. No, not exactly what I just did to you. Ah, shoot. Every single one of these cards is good. All right, Feast or Famine. You want lands or spells, opponent? They don't want lands. That's a bad sign, but we shall see. The 2 temporary lockdowns I am sad to have drawn, but we have an Outrageous Robbery, which is very powerful game 1 here. I think that the 3rd Wrath turning into an extra draw step that we need is a lot less likely than 1 extra draw step immediately turning into the draw step we need when we already had 2 Wraths in hand. Because, like, think of it this way. I have to draw that 3rd Wrath and use my immediate draw step on that 3rd Wrath, and it does nothing until after I've used the other 2 Wraths, which is going to take a long time. So we are going to sit around not getting any value out of that Wrath for a very, very, very long time in that position. Haven't played much Alchemy recently. This deck would be 14 rare wildcards, think worth to play Alchemy for a bit. Depends on if you want to play the Arena Qualifier this weekend. I think this deck is very, very good, so if that's a short-term objective that you have, then go for it. If your objective is to casually play Alchemy, I don't know if Alchemy has the most play pool, but that's kind of a you question. Well, we're drawing good spells, but we're also potentially not drawing lands, and I want to miss lands second, if possible, given that this is a control mirror of sorts. And by of sorts, I mean just is. Sweet. I love my opponents putting Oracle of the Alpha in the deck. This card is bad, don't play it. Like, it's so bad. It does not improve the quality of your deck when it resolves, and it requires you to play a 3-drop creature with garbage stats. It's real disappointing. It's also a target for Stern Scolding. It's very sweet. I completely agree. It is super sweet. Sure. I would like to return Lendaham to my hand, then please. You may counter my reprieve. You choose not to. Okay. That's fine too. That's allowed. Alright, I will take this opportunity to Rusco and hope you don't have a reprieve, opponent. Please don't have a reprieve, opponent. Delightful. I will pay. Rusco down. They can Porcine Portent me and cast Porcine Portent, but they will not have the ability to activate exiling my Midnight Clock in time. Oracle is one of the best cards in Control when played with Rusco. I completely disagree. I think that Oracle is completely win more, and if the idea is supposed to be that you can make your Ruscos better, you don't need to. You can just play good cards and your Ruscos win the game on their own already because they're Rusco. Meanwhile, like, Oracle doesn't do anything in any matchup that's beneficial to you. Like, it is strictly win more, in my opinion. Basically, like, the problem with Oracle is that it puts a bunch of lands into your deck that are kind of irrelevant, and puts 1 Time Walk and 1 Recall into your deck. Filling your deck with 7 filling your deck with 7 bad draws to make 2 good draws happen is actively just making most of your deck worse. And the idea is supposed to be like, oh, but you draw all of those good cards with Midnight Clock, except that that's just, like, not really very relevant. Why can I not play out? Oh, because they have protection and I have to target them. Right. Fair enough. Three, four, 1 mana short. Missing this land drop is actually real annoying. So I guess I'm just going to have to kill the ring here, which is kind of a bummer. Am I saying that drawing a Mox on turn 9 isn't great? I'm saying that it is basically the equivalent of drawing a land at that point. Like, you should never need to win the game harder after you have drawn 7 cards with a midnight clock. And using a draw step to draw a Mox is kind of irrelevant. Like, here's my line of thought. If you replace Oracle of the Alpha with, like, any counterspell or outrageous robbery or a Kaya, pretty much all of those cards are better at winning the game. Also, I don't really care about this at all, so that's cool. Whereas I want more of my cards to win the game when I don't find or resolve Rusko, because if I have found resolved Rusko and had a midnight clock go off, I've already won that game regardless. Have I tried the new Fibblethip case? No. I do think the Fibblethip case is actually kind of decent. My only objection to it is that if you play it, it's harder to play Temporary Lockdown, and I think Temporary Lockdown is better. I would not like you to have the ability to exile my Midnight Clock opponent. So that can go away. Thank you. My main objection to Oracle of the Alpha, though, despite all of the... Rather than all of the parts where it isn't good, my main objection to Oracle of the Alpha is Stern Scolding is busted, and it gives your opponent a target for Stern Scolding in the mirror. And I think that's just, like, wildly unnecessary. Simply don't give your opponent any targets for the best card in their deck. Ooh, Kaya's delightful. I don't love that I keep missing land drops here. Especially once Midnight Clock goes off, the amount of mana you have access to is kind of the largest single differential in this matchup. So missing land drops, if you go back and forth with neither player able to answer a Midnight Clock, tends to mean the person who's missing land drops is the most behind. Luckily, we were in fact able to answer our opponent's pigs. Or, well, we answer their pigs and their clocks. And most of this matchup is about answering pigs and clocks. We're going to cut the Stern Scolding, we're going to cut the Temporary Lockdowns, we're going to cut the Sunfalls. We're going to bring in Lorens, we're going to bring in Surges, we're going to bring in Disdainful Strokes, Lorien Revealed, Duress, Outrageous Robberies. Oh, it occurs to me that the fact that I brought in Lorien in this matchup did not actually make the matchup easier, because I now have too many cards for the matchup. I could cut Get Lost, I guess? Maybe that's irrelevant, I guess. I don't know. How am I going to kill creature lands? Just Porcine Portent everything? Alright, we'll call that good. Was I going to robbery that turn as well? No. I was debating it because it would put a counter on the clock and potentially make a land drop, but I think that I needed to use the mana to pig their clock before they had the opportunity to flip it. This has Sauron's Ransom, so we keep. Oracle of the Alpha does help with hitting your land drops, and I honestly don't hate it for that, but I will say I am so happy when my opponent wastes time casting Oracle of the Alpha, and I simply get to steal those land drops by casting spells that steal from the top of their deck. I am infinitely happier being that player. Yeah. 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 Being on the play with the Sauron's Ransom is very, very good. I can only hope they miss this land drop, but they didn't immediately take the pile with the land drop, so they have a land drop. Painful, 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 painful. Do I have to jam the ransom here? Life gets worse for me if I don't. I think I have to not. Here's my logic. I don't think they can just fire off another Sauron's Ransom here if I don't do anything. In fact, I think that like it kind of isn't good for them if they even try to, because they end up just having to discard too many cards to hand size to actually get card advantage out of it. So if my opponent's going to be kind of forced into not doing anything for the next couple of turns, then I think I also kind of want to just commit to not doing anything for the next couple of turns. I think that I want to set up to Sauron's Ransom if they go jam Rusko next turn, do nothing. Maybe that's wrong. Unclear. I think we're going to cycle this Lorien Revealed at this point for an island, and then just play Dark Slick Shores. Ooh, Duress I don't hate. Okay, opponent, give me a little bit of information. I assume this will probably get countered, but there's not terrible odds that they No More Lies it, and then I actually just pay for No More Lies and pass after playing Island holding up Disdainful Stroke. Reprieve. Okay. In that case, I'm going to do it again, opponent. Cool. Okay, that is a lot of nothing. Radical. I'm going to take Legions to Ashes. Stellar. I love having context when the context is, hey, opponent doesn't have anything. Start getting in there. Sure. I do not care in the slightest. That's fine. Now, this does mean they wasted an entire turn cycle. It does mean they have the option of drawing Time Walk at some point in the future, which would be sad. We don't really want that to happen, but them basically giving me a Time Walk here is worth them potentially drawing a Time Walk in the future to me. No More Lies and a land. I'll take the unknown cards, why not? Hey, it's a Sauron's Ransom. Radical. Alright, let's play the Restless Reef, and I guess pass the turn. Now we're going to get some scries. That might be sad. Yeah, that's part of the reason I really don't care about the Moxen. Like, it's so much more powerful for me to be able to draw the Moxen than them to draw the Moxen with the draw step. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I would like to Sauron's Ransom, opponent. What do you have to say about that? Do I not believe in Cavern of Souls? I don't think Cavern of Souls does very much for this deck. There are decks where it is helpful, but Reprieve being a thing in the format makes it kind of awkward. I'll just take the Rusko plus Lorien. What did you not want to give me? Huh, really? You're willing to give me Rusko over that? That kind of implies you have a counterspell for Rusko. Which kind of implies that I'm actually totally fine getting Rusko counterspelled, though. I'm willing to cycle this for lands. True the crossroads, so I'm willing to play an island. Okay, play a Rusco. Do you have Disdainful Stroke, opponent? Is that why we were willing to give me a Rusco? No. Okay, you were just planning to go for the throat the Rusco, even though I get a clock. Fine. Deal. We do need to actually start getting ahead of them at some point, or else things will get awkward when they eventually draw Time Walk. Ideally, they're going to go for a Rusco here, and I No More Lies that, and then play Kaya, and hope they don't have a counterspell up. Or if they do, that it's No More Lies. Alright, that's a few too many lands, so Kaya, time to earn your keep. Please don't have a hard counterspell or a reprieve. Cool. Alright, well now unfortunately a removal spell is also good. But a lot worse than a counterspell would have been. Nope, okay, so we get the Rusco, we get another Midnight Clock, we remove their Rusco, we have a blocker. That is not when they should have used that removal spell. They wanted to fizzle the Kaya. But now I also get to blow that out by Surge of Salvationing to fizzle it, which removes it. Yay, us. Good times. So they can fire up their creature land to attack the Kaya, which, if they do, we simply block with the Rusco, who has flying. Ain't that fun? I think I'm probably likely to just... Oh, wait, no, Kaya's going to lose loyalty, so I can't downtick Kaya. Do I want Kaya to stick around and just keep upticking? Force them to activate Restless Anchorage next turn? Or am I better off keeping the Clockmaker around? I assume I'm probably better keeping Kaya around, even if it's just a 0 to draw 2 once, maybe? Alright, Rusco good. Now would be a good time to draw some pigs. Well, the problem with upticking Kaya is that the opponent just kills Kaya after one uptick anyway. Yeah, alright, that's something. Alright, those are real spells. Don't have too many complaints about that. We certainly have a lot of midnight clocks going off. It's going to be a while before the opponents, even with time walks. At this point, Time Twister might actually be a bigger threat than Time Walk. Opponent refueling is potentially slightly better than us refueling. Kind of unclear if that's the case. Especially since I would get to reprieve tax them first. Ideally, we just draw another answer to this midnight clock, and then we don't care so much about them refueling. The One Ring, huh? Yeah, you can put that back in your hand, opponent. I'm fine with that. If you want to spend 4 more mana to get another midnight clock trigger, that's fine with me. Land, not the most helpful, but okay. A lot of back and forth draining that doesn't actually accomplish anything currently occurring. Sooner or later, we're going to draw the ability to draw cards from their deck, and I'm going to draw like 8 cards, and that's going to be cool. Really? Okay. Oh, because they didn't have the ability to pay for mana leak, and they thought I was going to have a mana leak? Okay, cool. They should take the drain text out of Rusko? No! I need that life gain. That life gain's important to me. Okay. Interesting attack willing to trade here when, like, they need a Rusko a lot more than I do, and they're going to kill the Kaya anyway. Like, my clock's going to go off without assistance. Theirs is kind of far away from that. They should take a line of text out of Rusko? I don't want them to take any lines of text away from Rusko. I think Rusko's a fun card. I want to keep playing Rusko like Rusko is. Alright, up to 10 on our clock. Delicious. Blue, blue, black. Would like that Oracle of the Alpha to go away. Cool. Would like to play a pig. Cool. Would like to make a pig. Would like to exile a midnight clock. I am 1 mana short of being able to respond, or to hold up double midnight clock activation, just in case they try to play a removal spell. But I guess just holding up 1 activation and then not activating will probably do the trick. They would need multiple removal spells to stop our clock here, and if they went that deep, we would still just have a second clock anyway. Part of the 3/3 part? No, that's like exactly big enough that it can kind of block against aggro. That's exactly what we want it to do. We don't want to make Rusko worse. We like Rusko being good. Why must we hurt the poor innocent old men? I don't want cards I like to be worse. Perhaps I simply identify very strongly with an old man who draws 7 cards. Perhaps that is all that is going on here. Okay, I'm just not going to activate this. Technically, I should be floating this blue in response to this midnight clock activation, but I'm far too lazy for that. Wow, that was 1 land and mono busted cards. Cool. Alright, let's play our land. Let's play our pigs. Let's defeat Sauron with the power of pigs. And then let's just Pass. Opponent may draw one card. Very well. Fine by me. And now we're just sitting around trying to make land drops, and eventually we're going to draw 10 cards from the opponent's deck, and that'll be good. Yeah, the Hobbits did not utilize bacon in the most efficient manner possible. And The Lord of the Rings would have been a much shorter book series had they done so. But, you know, we try not to fault them too much. I think this is the point where the opponent concedes. They agree. Good times. Good times. Man, I love these control mirrors so much. No other comments. Just absolutely delightful. Do nothing longer than the opponent and you win. Oh, I'm not saying everybody else didn't use the pigs correctly. I'm just saying the hobbits were probably the closest to getting it right, but still didn't get it right. So close. So close to good. Is this good? I'm going to call this good. I think we just ship the Sunfall and pig out. Hope that gets us somewhere meaningful. I do kind of not like that this Undercity Sewers is tapped. Was I supposed to keep the Sunfall instead of the Get Lost given that? I don't think so, since so many untapped lands are good here. Collector's Vault. What on earth does that mean? Do I want Seachrome Coast? I guess I want Seachrome Coast. Alright, yeah, we'll keep that. And I guess I just don't cycle Lorien Revealed? I guess the Scry... So was I supposed to cycle Lorien Revealed before Scrying, just in case? Huh. Okay, Collector's Vault into Oracle of the Alpha. That doesn't seem like something I care about, but alright. Just get rid of Oracle of the Alpha then. Reconstruct the Truth. With Oracle of the Alpha? Reenact the crime. With Oracle of the Alpha? Why would you put Oracle of the Alpha in that deck? Why would you put Oracle of the Alpha in any deck? But especially that deck. Unclear. Okay. What do you get rid of here, opponent? My instant speed card draw. Okay. Fair enough. Then I will just make a piggy and see what you have to say. Yeah, that's a Rusco. Sure. I mean, Collector's Vault is a good card. It might just be that they're playing just a value Collector's Vault in their deck. Yeah, okay. That wouldn't strike me as completely unreasonable. Well, let's get rid of the Rusco. It's going to be a long time before we get to do anything too meaningful, so the opponent might just, like, draw Time Walk and beat us to death. This card's a Mox. Sure. I would really like to draw a temporary lockdown at this point. Sure. Alright, we're getting real fancy, apparently. Thank you, deck. Yeah, that's probably better than portenting the Midnight Clock and giving him another turn with the Exile ability. Or then giving them the Collector's Vault ability, is what I mean to say. I will have plenty of time to use my Exile ability, is what I was thinking before my... Cool, yeah, I'm totally fine with you drawing Mox Sapphire, opponent. Okay. Not a land drop? Not a land drop. Bummer. Okay. You have a response to pigs, opponent? No. Radical. I would love to make an exile pig. Are we beginning to get the picture for why I love these pigs so much? Because I love these pigs a lot. So 8, 9, 1, 2. Sure. Do I exile the Midnight Clock here instead of holding up Get Lost? I don't think I need to do, or more importantly, hold up Reprieve, I guess. Yeah, I don't think Case of the Lost Witness is bad. I just think not being able to play Temporary Lockdown in your deck is worse than its upside. But, I mean, Case is cool. And obviously you can't play Temporary Lockdown with Collector's Vault either, so once you're playing one of them, you might as well play both. Of a sort. Yep. There's a Candy Trail. Very well. Alright, I would now like to exile that Midnight Clock, please. Radical. I was really hoping we would draw an untapped land so I could hold up Reprieve while playing this Lorien Revealed. But if they're not going to let me do that, I will just jam it and hope. Shucks. Alright, well, they didn't have the mana leak, so could be worse. At this point, if they draw Time Warp, it's not the end of the world. Recall would be kind of annoying. I'm willing to keep doing this for as long as you want to keep doing this, opponent. Alright, that's not as good as I would have liked it to be, but sure. I will continue to keep the pig around to block Toxic, because I don't think life totals matter, most likely. Rusco. You can put that back in your hand, opponent, because I would like to draw a card, and I would like you to not have a clock. Figuratively or literally. You have a clock. Very well. Very well. Okay. No complaints about Reprieve. I will go ahead and Sunfall. Do we get the tap land down now, or do I hold up Stern Scolding on the off chance the opponent draws another Oracle? Yeah, might as well. I don't think getting the tap land down is likely to be that big of a difference in the long run. Green. Atraxa. No. Oh. No. This no. Different no. Alright, another Stern Scolding, not the most useful. We can anticipate that the opponent's probably going to jam Atraxa again. And given that, I think I would like to begin just clocking. Clock, map, Sauron's Ransom, deal. Okay. You are free to once more attempt the Atraxa, opponent, and I'm just going to sit here hoping you didn't draw a counterspell. Not the end of the world if they did. They'll still be tapped down and I get to get lost the Atraxa, but they will have restocked a lot of cards at that point. I didn't want to race at the point where I was choosing not to attack with the pig because I thought that I was more likely to die from toxic than I was going to win through combat damage. Wasn't really on my radar that they would untap, play a fourth color, and cast Atraxa, which kind of changed the context of how fast I needed to kill them. Maybe if I had known their deck list better, I would have. I guess Atraxa makes sense if you're playing Collector's Vault, so maybe that actually should have just been on my radar. Let's see. Am I supposed to put them to 7 and expect them to not find any way to deal with me at instant speed? I have Stern Scolding, so I'm not worried about them finding and casting homunculuses. I think I am just supposed to put them to 7. Odds aren't that good that I kill them here, but they're probably acceptable enough that it's worth going for. I think it's not that unreasonable to expect that the opponent's going to either try to play an Oracle of the Alpha or a Fibblethip to block, and I get to Stern Scolding both of those things, and then they pretty much die. The main problem is if they find Black Lotus or Time Walk. Oh, well, it would suck if they found both of those things. Alright. Black Lotus, sure. Time Walk, sure. Land, sure. Fibblethip, no. Alright. One unknown opponent, or one unknown card. Opponent, what do you find? They do have a board, or a removal spell that stops them from dying here. And that's going to be kind of annoying. Actually, were they the starting player? Guess it doesn't really matter. They get to shrink a creature to not deal damage either way. A Sunfall. Okay. I can live with that. I don't know if I can live with the Midnight Clock. That part's kind of awkward. I do like the temporary lockdown, though. Each non-land permanent. Not enough white sources to play temporary lockdown and animate Restless Anchorage and crack the map. Unless I animate the Restless Anchorage, don't attack, and then crack the map. That seems worse than just Sauron's Ransoming first. Do I want no more lies at this point? I don't think so. Did I want more lands? Also, probably not. But, okay. The Ring Bearer does go away if the Ring Bearer stops being a creature, yes. Okay, well, let's just hope that the opponent doesn't have a mana leak. They probably would have resolved the homunculus if they did. So I don't think I'm expecting that out of them. Sure. My Restless Anchorage is shrunked. I was not actually planning to attack with it anyway. Stern Scolding, I do not need. I could get a map here, I guess, if I play the Captivating Crossroads on white and I get in 1 point of damage. Trouble being, the opponent's going to put a counter on the clock here, and then enough counters on their turn that it's just going to transform. So I kind of feel like I need the Restless Anchorage in play regardless. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat that midnight clock going off, but we might get lucky enough that it's doable. Not having found any Rusco or our draw from their deck card has been rough. There's a Rusco. That's bad, but not unbeatable. Phantasmal Extraction doesn't hit anything because we don't have anything. Mox Ruby, sure, whatever. Collector's Vault, sure, whatever. Fibblethip, sure, whatever. Candy Trail, sure, whatever. Really need to draw from their deck. Quite badly. Thank you, deck. Okay. So I can play around Mana Leak, but if they have a Reprieve, I'm not really going to be able to beat that. So we're just going to hope they don't have a Reprieve. This is for 6 if I want to hold up 2 blue. No, I think we do it for 7. Alright, opponent. What you got? They don't want me to draw whatever they kept on top. Sure. Lotus isn't terrible. The rest of this is pretty bad. Shucks. How do we do this? Guess we Fibblethip first. Okay. Might as well Enigma Jewel. Activates Collector's Vault on a future turn. I assume the opponent probably... Worst case scenario, they had Time Warp on top of their deck. Which I kind of suspect. No, it's just Recall. Okay, that's bad, but not as bad as Time Warp. Candy Trail, sure. They're probably going to be able to draw 7 here, which is certainly a little annoying. I would love to draw a Rusco at like any point in this match. That would be great. Oh boy. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Sure, that does fizzle the Porcine Portent and shuffles a bad card back into their deck, so we're happy about that, I guess. No complaints. Not gonna be able to stop that Midnight Clock from doing Midnight Clock things. That's somehow yet more lands. Okay. Oh boy. Let's play a Demolition Field. Let's play a Collector's Vault. Let's activate a Collector's Vault. Let's get rid of Dark Slick Shores, I guess. Let's play a Lorien Revealed and hope the opponent doesn't have a reprieve at this point. They don't. That's great. Play a Fibblethip. We're about to enter the territory where we just sit around hoping the opponent's Midnight Clock draws them into nothing. Because I'm not going to have a lot of alternatives. Oh boy. Alright. This is fine. I could kill the Rusco, but I don't want to, because that would put the Rusco into their deck. Sure, you are allowed to put cards into your hand before your Midnight Clock removes them. I'm not going to stop that. You may continue doing the same thing. Well, maybe I do need to kill this Rusco so they don't drain me with it to death. Is that a consideration? I can always just kill it after they draw a bunch with the Midnight Clock. It's not really very different. Sure. They don't have any creature lands, correct? Correct. Alright, let's kill the Rusco now. I guess I should have done this in response. I forgot they had the 2 treasures. Okay, opponent. Now play the Rusco you drew anyway, I suppose. That, sure, I'll counter that. I have very little better to do with the Stern Scolding, but it's a good sign that that's something they played. I guess Stern Scolding counters a bunch of Fibbletips at this point, which maybe was actually relevant. Not totally clear if that's the case, but yeah. Yeah, was moderately relevant. Is that worth No More Liesing just to tap their mana down? Probably not. I imagine we're better off using the No More Lies defensively. Time Walk. Okay. Well, sure. I can't really beat that. But I'll try. Okay, so they had more Fibbletips, so countering the 2-3 was actually just correct, it turns out. Porcine Portent. That... I can't imagine it is correct to let them blow up a lockdown and have a clock, so we will remove the clock. I would love to draw a Rusco at, like, any point. I don't like that my opponent has resolved, like, 3 draw 7s before I found a Rusco. That makes me very sad. Okay. Now what do you do, opponent? You got me mostly tapped out. Oracle of the Alpha, sure. I don't particularly care about that. You shuffle your deck. You play an Atraxa instead of whatever was on top of your deck. I'm okay with this. You find Recall but no Time Walk, sure. Candy Trail, sure. Mox off the top, sure. Candy Trail, sure. This is kind of what I like. I get that if you have every single piece come together, the idea is supposed to be you make Oracle of the Alpha good. But, like, why not just play cards that are good instead of jumping through this many hoops to, like, make all of your cards good with Oracle of the Alpha after you have assembled Future Sight? Right? Do we kind of lose here? Yeah. I mean, there is still the opportunity that we top deck a Rusco. So, it's not impossible that good things happen. But it has become hard. Is that a control player asking why I jump through so many hoops? Playing control is about doing the opposite of jumping through hoops. Playing control is about, like, making the game as simple as it possibly can be. Sure. You can take my Lorien Revealed. Oh, no, you can't. Never mind. Cool. Do I have anything with an activated ability in the graveyard that's relevant? I do have a First Little Pig. I could First Little Pig two things with the Enigma Jewel. That is true. Blue-white was, like, explicitly too straightforward, which made it very boring. Mid-range is for control players who haven't discovered the joy that is doing nothing. Okay. Are we ready to pass the turn, opponent? Yes. Draw a Rusco? No. Draw a Reprieve. Okay. Let's start with a Fibblethip. No, let's start with looting. That seems like the optimal first play. Draw a Rusco. Alright. Play a land. Play a Rusco. There's, like, no chance this goes well, but by God, that's a chance I'm willing to take. Lorien Revealed. Put a counter on our clock. Attempt to exile Atraxa. Cool. Attempt to play a pig. Cool. Attempt to exile the opponent's case and hope that leaves them without good options. Opponent draws 3 cards. Deal? Alright. We don't really have a game, but we have a game. Could be worse. Alright, Rusco down. Deal. Is the opponent going to lose on time? I'm going to do my best to make them. Wait. I just used... Oh, right, you conjured 2 sets. Sure. Okay. How's my clock? I'm up on them by like 4 minutes at this point. I'm amazed they haven't put a Rusco into play and drained me to death. That's still not a Rusco. You should probably not be playing spells until you find your Rusco, opponent. Two of their Ruscos are exiled? That's true. We have removed many Ruscos. And apparently 1 case, 2 case, 3 case, 4 case. We've removed every case from their deck. So unless they find a pig to blow up temporary lockdown, they're not getting Future Sight back. Have you found your time walks yet, opponent? That's not a time walk. That's not a time walk. Maybe we should have attacked and gotten that scry before doing all of that? I don't know. What did we keep on top? Yeah, we draw with Fibblethip. Okay. So that has to be either a Rusko or a Time Walk. Probably a Time Walk. Okay. Found a Time Walk. I'm not technically dead. I'm only mostly dead. Time Twister. Okay. I got an outrageous robbery! My chances of winning this game are not at 0. Atraxa. Okay. That's some Moxes. That does not include a Time Warp yet. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's more Time Warps in the deck. Fair enough. Yep, that's a Mox. Yep, sure, we're looting. Yeah, goodbye, Fibblethip. Why not? Alright, here we go again. Oh, that's temporary lockdown. Yep, that's a Ruby. Still no Rusko to kill me. Yep, that's Dead Pig. Alright, well, you get to exile a temporary lockdown here, opponent, if you want to. Yep, that's Time Twister. Alright, did that find Time Walk? That's a recall. That's still not a Rusko that kills me. Hey, alright, we got there. And thus we see the flaw inherent in the system. Alright, what are we getting rid of here so that I can actually just like play Infinity instant speed card draw spells against them? Probably get rid of these, trim down on Stern Scoldings. I'll play Surge of Salvation, Lorien Revealed, Duress, Outrageous Robbery, Disdainful Strokes. Get rid of Lockdown. Oh! I might actually want 2 Lockdowns against this. That actually doesn't seem terrible. I could just cut Stern Scolding. It's weirdly kind of good against Oracle in the Fibblethip card. But I don't know that it's better than any of the other stuff. Is it better than Surge of Salvation? Yeah. The trouble is that Time Walk is, like, honestly the only card I really care about. And so there's some merit to denying Oracle of the Alpha. But on the other hand, they set themselves back so far by playing Oracle of the Alpha that I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to play around it. I believe that was 3 Time Twisters. Because I explicitly remember being happy that we drew into the card that steals from them. Because if they fizzled, then that probably would just win the game on the spot. And then they made me shuffle that away. And then they Time Twistered once after that. So I believe that was 3. Or at least it was at minimum 3. Oh, they can kill me very fast if I just, like, have a draw that kind of flops and they snowball. The fact that you time twist your opponent is the reason why actual time twister is bad. Yes. Alright, take the play. Drawing Ruscos. I like that idea. But, as an alternative, can I sell you on the idea of drawing more Sauron's ransoms instead? I really have no objection to just drawing 4 Sauron's ransoms. Well, we'll get value out of that duress eventually, I think. I'm probably just going to cycle Lorien Revealed and get the blue-black tap land on the end of their turn. Maybe I should have done that on turn 1. I don't know. Well, I cannot let you have that Collector's Vault, opponent. Ooh. Huh. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to just let them resolve a Collector's Vault, I think. Ooh, delicious. Not like they'll have the mana to activate it this turn, so could be worse, but that's pretty good for them to have in play. I think Collector's Vault is probably the single card they have access to that gives them the most edge in this mirror. Unfortunately, them having Rusco is also good. Luckily, I think that they are very unlikely to just jam Rusco here. I will Sauron's Ransom in response to that now that I know that they can't play Rusco. A pile of lands or one unknown card in a position where I don't actually need more lands. Opponent, you have put me in such a precarious position. I will take the one unknown card, and it was better than 3 lands. Do I play the untapped land here so that I can Sauron's Ransom in response to Rusco? Well, the good news is I've got a lot of duplicates. All of my cards do the same thing. Ooh, baby. All right. I kind of want that. That's going to stop them from exiling Midnight Clock, which feels like a big deal to me. Because I don't have enough mana to exile Rusco and play Pig this turn. So most likely, yeah, they just use up all their mana here to play Rusco and then immediately exile my Rusco. Which is fine. Think 4, 2, yeah, I think I do this leaving Surge of Salvation up. Just hit a clean 4. Okay. Good enough for me. Does not give us an immediate answer to Midnight Clock, which might be an issue, but yeah. Explain QQ. Okay, so QQ was a command that once upon a time was really bad because Wilderness Reclamation had reasons to not play it. But thankfully, in the modern day, we're now playing Teamer Reclamation with new tech, where when you have a bunch of Virtue of Strengths in play, you can use QQ to manually tap all of your mana for lots and lots and lots of mana. And it's delightful. And very good. I would like to have my Midnight Clock not get blown up, please. However, I am deeply sad that that does mean the Midnight Clock will get blown up on subsequent turns. Okay. Am I supposed to let them have all of that if I just simply get to resolve Outrageous Robbery now? I don't think so. I think I'm actually supposed to wait on the outrageous robbery. Let us get rid of the Rusco to slow things down. And play our Collector's Vault. And I think I choose not to play the Enigma Jewel because I'm going to bounce the Porcine Portent to their hand and activate Collector's Vault to make a treasure. They used the treasure for that. Okay, that makes this reprieve even better. Rusco. You can have that back in your hand, actually, opponent. Radical. Well, this is looking good. I don't think we're going to get this clock to go off, but I do think we're going to get to do a big outrageous robbery if things go nicely here, and they don't duress it from me. They did. Okay, am I supposed to Collector's Vault in response to this? I think that's kind of irrational, but I wouldn't mind it not being exiled. No, I think that's irrational. Alright. Well, that is unfortunate. So now we really want to find some disdainful strokes quite badly. Or another protection spell for the Midnight Clock. No more lies, not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. Alright, that's pretty stellar, actually. That's actually pretty stellar. There's a decent chance... Okay. I don't know who that favors, but I'll take it. There's a decent chance we're actually going to get our Midnight Clock to go off here. It's unclear if we will get it to go off before the opponents. Because I would like to be able to exile their Midnight Clock after drawing my 7. Did I not board in the Lauren despite the fact that I'm playing against Collector's Vaults and kept in temporary lockdowns instead of that? Come to think of it, that feels kind of insane that I did that. Sure. Am I supposed to stockpile treasure rather than putting a counter on Midnight Clock? I don't think that could possibly make sense. But I guess I have the Disdainful Stroke to protect once. So let's see, it's going to 8 on my turn. Oh, wait, no, I can tap Midnight Clock. I don't need to make that choice. Cool, excellent, wonderful. I think that actually means I was supposed to keep the Demolition Field instead of the Lorien revealed, and just play the Demolition Field here. And then flip the clock. But I really would like to make this land drop also. Wouldn't mind duressing here, but I really would love to make this land drop. No, I think we get rid of the duress. I think we cycle Lorien revealed. Take the island. Pass the turn. And hold up clock with 2 counterspell backup. This should be fine. They go up to 9 on clock, 10 on our turn. So I can't really stop it if they double activate clock. But I think that's fine for me. I would just like to tap you out, opponent, I believe. So if you would like to pay 3 for this pig, that would be great for me. I guess this runs into the problem of if they have a second Lauren in hand. But I think the rewards of getting them to tap out here is actually just worth it. If they end up going for it, which they did. Okay, cool. Because this might mean they don't get to activate Collector's Vault, and that feels like kind of a big deal. Oh, that's true. If they cast a Lauren here, I could still just flip clock in response. So, definitely worth it. I get to draw a card? Radical. Ooh, does that mean that I don't flip this clock? Do I just want to resolve Rusco? I kind of also want to draw... No, I want to draw a sorcery speed answer to their clock, so I think I still flip this clock. I think that's much more valuable than Rusco. Do I draw into a way to use this floating mana? No answer to clock without a draw step. I think we use the floating mana on Vault even without Enigma Jeweling. We discard a Seachrome Coast, sure. Outrageous Robbery for an incredibly large amount, huh? They're going to have to pay 3 to get their Midnight Clock to flip. Am I kind of just okay with that? I feel like maybe I'm just okay with that. I have the Surge of Salvation, so I'm not going to get this Outrageous Robbery hit by Hand Hate. So we should actually just be fine. This should be fine. Not a lot of point firing off my Hand Hate spells when they're about to redraw 7 anyway. Opponent does a bunch of fiddling with their deck before drawing 7. Sure. I guess... No, you played your land already, opponent, so I'm not sure that that makes any sense. But, okay. Do I have anything I care about? I don't think I have anything that I care about. You are free to draw a bunch of cards. That's all fine and dandy to me. I get a counter on clock, please. I assume I'm going to have to fight a counterspell war over Rusco here. Is that right? Nope. Just a Collector's Vault activation. Alright. I can live with that. I did have a free counter on clock. I was kind of just deciding if I wanted to tap out at all in any way whatsoever and kind of decided that it probably didn't matter. Oh no! I could Surge of Salvation here. Is that better in any way than... Yeah, maybe... How many black sources do I have? 1, 2... Oh, infinity? Okay, yeah, we'll just Surge of Salvation. I'm going to be the most mana efficient I can, because I'm just going to fire off a Duress, and then when their hand looks bad, I'm going to fire off a massive Outrageous Robbery and just call that winning. Okay, their hand looks real bad, so... What do? Just take... I can't actually Dreams of Steel and Oil here, which is kind of funny. Let's just take the Phantasmal Extraction, I guess. Let's play you for black. Let's Enigma Jewel my Collector's Vault, I guess. Get rid of a tap land. QQ, how much mana do I have? I have 7, not counting treasures, so I guess let's use one more treasure. And that looks like 8 mana to me. I would like to draw 8 of your cards, opponent. Cool. I don't really feel like phantasmally extracting you. I guess I feel like attacking you? Why not? Good enough for me. Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to finish this game too before we win the match, which is an interesting position to be in, having not won any games, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure. Set a stop on your second main phase. So this is an intervening if. To solve, you control a legendary homunculus. If I get rid of the solving condition in response to the trigger, I assume that the rules text on solving a case does not include an intervening if. Is that correct? I feel like that's probably correct. Either way, they tapped out so they can't replay another Fibble Thip, so I can just do this in the second main phase without worrying about it. At the beginning of the turn and during resolution it checks? Okay, so it is an intervening if? Let's just do this now, I guess. Why not? To solve a case, its to solve condition must be true both as its controller's end step begins and as the to solve ability tries to resolve. Okay, so I can just kill it on the end of turn in response to all of the solve triggers. That is extremely useful to know for the future. I do not expect it to be wildly relevant this game, but it is nice to know. Alright, I would love to play an untap land, jewel my vault, draw a good card, get rid of a card that might not have targets, play Atraxa? Probably play Atraxa. It's kind of weird. I almost want Atraxa to sit around until after Midnight Clock goes off, but I also kind of just want to have a clock because that sounds useful. Then again, maybe I don't want to have a clock. Maybe I just want my opponent's clock to get wasted. Maybe that's the life we're here for. Give me that enchantment. Give me this instant. Actually, maybe one of these instants. Oh no, this instant for sure. And a planeswalker and a captivating crossroads for the future. Sure, that sounds like good times. All right. I would honestly like to miss some of these Midnight Clock triggers, but that is not an option. Okay. Fair enough. Wait, could I have... I could have pigged my own Midnight Clock. Shucks. I don't think that was correct, but I'm sad that I didn't think of it. So I will say, the one really weird thing you have to be conscientious about is that although Outrageous Robbery is busted as an instant speed draw infinity cards card in these mirrors, it is also weirdly weak against Reprieve when you start casting their spells and they reprieve their spell and they draw a spell and get the card back. It is something you kind of have to figure out ways to play around that you can't always play around. But, like, the card is still too busted as a thing you can use to fight over at the end of their turn that they have to tap out to deal with, and then you untap and play some other game-ending threat. You can go ahead and redraw that Sunfall opponent. Actually, no, wait. I should have absolutely Disdainful Stroked it. We're about to be forced to redraw our entire everything anyway. So I absolutely just didn't want them to have it in hand. Fibble Thip! Okay. In which case, might as well fizzle this Porcine Portent regardless. Because it was going to leave my hand for no matter what. Oh, hey, cool. We can draw another 20 cards from their deck. That sounds great. And most importantly, now I don't have to worry about losing all of my beautiful, beautiful cards because of a dumb clock that makes me discard them. Drawing out of their deck sounds awful. Yeah, but we still get to draw like 30 of their cards. And 30 of their cards is pretty good. Do I have lethal here? 10, 6... probably. I guess let's kill them, maybe. If I Surge of Salvation, do I fizzle their draw? Now that I'm thinking about it? Okay, we Candy Trail. That's 1 damage. That's fine. Activate Collector's Vault. Discard of this thingy. Cast a Phantasmal Extraction. Get rid of their Phantasmal Extraction. Cast a Sauron's Ransom. Still got 5 mana. I'll take these 2, I guess. Traxa, you get to be a legendary now. Congratulations on your promotion. Would like to Surge of Salvation. And I would like to steal 1 card from my opponent's deck. For lethal. Alright, game 3. Wonderful. I would like my Lorens. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Yeah, that's true. The Sauron's Ransoms were kind of decent. Were they not? Oh. I wonder if the opponent's going to come back. They are, in fact, losing clock while they decide to play first or not. So something tells me maybe they left. I legitimately wonder whether they realized that was not game 3 or not. They may have entirely just gone to, like, rinse their head off after all of that. I could see myself wanting a cold glass of water. Alright. Well, we get to fight for Mythic now. Should be an Alchemy card that just makes the opponent use a terrible interface to do clock damage. I'm trying to think if that exists. That is basically Nissa, although it doesn't make the opponent waste a bunch of time. I lost so many games trying to resolve Nissa triggers in Standard with lethal, like, on the stack, but the interface mandates you use like 3 seconds for each Nissa trigger no matter what you do. It's very sad. Alright, let's land some spells, baby. Ah, we're good to go. Restless Ridgeline. I'm going to make the executive assumption that it is okay. Probably not second Sunfall. I think it's okay to not counter their 2-drop in favor of getting my tap lands out of the way. Okay, so it is red, green. Well, I was going to say it's Convoke, because there is a Naya Convoke deck, but I don't think the Naya Convoke deck plays Jade Light Spelunker. So now I'm back to not knowing what's afoot. But I assume Board Wipe and Stern Scolding and Pig are probably good here. So we shall see. 3-color Tapland Convoke, huh? Okay. Part of me wants to Dreams of Steel and Oil here, but part of me also wants to develop the Tapland while holding up Stern Scolding. I kind of feel like I'm going to get punished by them playing a 3-mana 3/3, but I would love if I don't get punished by them playing a 3-mana 3/1. Jersel. That's the name of the 3/3 that I couldn't think of. The fact that they're playing a bunch of 1-drops that explore make me think they're probably a Jersel deck. But they're probably both a Jersel deck and a Crucius deck. Throne of the Grim Captain. Alright. Well, I guess I could have Steel and Oiled that. But I can also just pig it at some point. Okay. Well, I don't know what Bringer of the Last Gift would do to me, but I don't want to find out, so let's go with no. Fun part about Stern Scolding. Can counter 4-drops. There's a Dinosaur and a Merfolk. Okay. I don't know how quickly I need to answer Throne, but I kind of feel like I'm about to play a pig next turn to desperately try to answer Throne fast enough. Then again, I guess I got Sunfall. What does this do? Sacrifices a non-land permanent. Tapped and attacking. Alright, maybe that's actually a little intimidating. Oh wait, this isn't like remotely castable. I'm not going to get to Stern Scolding it. Whoops. Dinosaur. Craft costs 4 mana, but they're missing Pirate and Vampire. Okay. I think we'll hold on to Lorien Revealed. Oh, deck, you know how to toy with my emotions so much. Would love to just play a Rusco. Oh, I can just play a Rusco. Because I can use the Rusco mana to cycle Lorien Revealed for an untapped land, and then just go Pig, Exile, Throne next turn. Which means I'm not really going to Stern Scolding, but we can live with that. Retrieve sucks. I can try that out. He was waiting right outside the door, which is probably a bad sign, because that probably means that he's extremely hungry. It looks like they milled 2 lands, so I don't think they're flipping the throne. And they didn't do anything, so hopefully they're not going to stop me from picking their throne. Island. Pigs. Counters. pig. I assume I'm just meant to exile this before they get the opportunity to mill again. Hi. Yes, I'm paying attention to you. You're beautiful and wonderful and lovely. And so smart. And popular. Good for you. I might as well clock them. Scared of what might happen if I don't and they find another throne. Okay, well, I guess we got there. Why is Throne scary, Sunfall in hand? Throne is specifically scary because I'm worried about if they put the Bloodletter into the graveyard or mill a Bloodletter at some point, then they craft with Throne. Oh wait, does craft exile it and bring it back? I was assuming they could immediately attack with Grim Captain as if it had haste. But it occurs to me I don't remember if craft is exile then return or just transform. Okay. Yeah, then never mind. At no point in that game was anything scary. Bum 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 bum. If you cast it, you may put. What on earth is Bringer of the Last Gift doing in their deck, do we think? Take care, DC. Thanks for stopping by. I'm going to assume Outrageous Robbery is not supposed to be in here. I actually do like Dreams of Steel and Oil. Temporary Lockdown feels like it hits enough stuff that it's probably just fine. Sunfall also seems nice. I feel like I should probably play Lauren. But I also likely am just supposed to be worried about generic creature nonsense. Do I need Kaya? I probably don't need Kaya in this matchup. I think we keep all of the Stern Scoldings. Counterspells seem good. Did I just get rid of all Sauron's Ransom? I don't want to get rid of Sauron's Ransom. It's like a magic card that's busted. We'll get rid of Get Lost. What's the worst that could happen? There are technically big graveyard exiling cards. I don't strongly feel the need to play them just because, like, I have not found anything that utilizes the graveyard to an extent that it's scary enough that you can't just deal with them by, like, playing good cards normally. But it's mostly a question of, like, how well decks utilize the graveyard more than anything else. Crashing Brontodon. That's scary. I wouldn't mind drawing a black source at some point, but I do like drawing lands at all. At the end of your beating your instep, if you something. I think I want to draw lands first. Okay, that worked. Okay. Man, that's a lot of tap lands. It's an acceptable number of tap lands, but it's still a lot of tap lands. I don't think I need more blue-white tap lands. Not strictly necessary. You can put that back in your hand and hopefully discard the hand. Wait, no, do I not want them to discard the hand size? Maybe that was actually wrong. Okay, didn't matter. Cat being cute on stream? That is, in fact, most of the content on this channel, as it happens. And are we bored now? You're not willing to run away, you just felt, what, too much pressure? What? I needed to be clear, he's still right there. Still just purring and looking at me like I should keep scratching. Very little about this circumstance has changed, except he got bored of being on my lap. What? You're not even gonna like give any indignant meows like you need attention. You're just gonna chill and purr, huh? And stare at me. I do appreciate it. You look very cute when you stare. He's not even making me get up to pet him. He just wants to be right next to me. But not too close. Just precisely his distance. Alright, well, no white source, but we have lands and stern scolding and a pig, so snap keep. White, black with tap land, huh? Okay. Well, I get to get my tapped white source now if the opponent doesn't play something for me to stern scolding. But I got a sneaking suspicion if the opponent is on black-white, we are probably about to get Juggernaut peddled. Which, you know, is wonderful, because stern scolding counters Juggernaut Peddler. Or they can play more tap lands and I don't have to worry about anything and I can just go get my white source and play it tapped and still have up stern scolding. Why does this Vein Ripper card keep getting played? Yeah, I'll take a second white source that's untapped, sure. They're like planning to reanimate this? This seems like the world's fairest card. And that strikes me as so strange in a format where instead of playing fair cards, you could play pigs. Well, I guess they're probably playing pigs too. They are white-black. So I guess pigs and vampires? Or something? Crucius? Absolutely not. I would love to counter Crucius for 1 mana. Delightful. I guess let's play Demolition Field. Maybe they play a creature land or something here and I get value out of it. I don't expect to, but, you know. You never know. It's not like we're having mana problems for the foreseeable future anyhow. White, black. Juggernauts are to be peddled. Sure. I guess I could just let them take whatever. It's mostly fine. I kind of expect they're going to play a second Juggernaut Peddler here, depending on what they see. But if I bounced the Juggernaut Peddler, they were probably just going to play a second Juggernaut Peddler anyway. I mean, Crucius was a 3-drop. You're allowed to be a 3/3 if you cost 4 mana, surely. Surely. I guess I could have reprieved the Juggernaut Peddler. And then tried to draw into a stern scolding? Probably wasn't worth it. Okay, so presumably I portent something here. And is it just the bat? Probably. I think we just get rid of the bat and then play a pig. I could also just play the Juggernaut. That is kind of a clock. I don't know, what's the worst that could happen? I don't think I'm allowed to just pass there doing nothing. Well, maybe I am, with 2 reprieves and a Get Lost held up. On the off chance that they play Crucius. Yeah. This seems kind of fine, though. They're probably going to tutor up a 6-drop. Well, maybe they don't try to do that, given that they know I have reprieve. But I feel like I'm going to Get Lost Crucius, start attacking with the Juggernaut, and then just sit back on reprieve duty for a while. Wonder what removal spell they might have that answers the Juggernaut that they put in our hand. Because you can't do Go for the Throat. Okay, more expensive Crucius, sure. I don't think... Oh, but if I... Yeah, okay. Let's actually let them trade with the Juggernaut. Because if I kill Crucius with the Get Lost, then they just treasure up the Juggernaut Peddler anyway. They can still block. I don't think that really benefits me. So let us Get Lost the Crucius now. We got in our 5 damage. If they want to map it up and trade with Juggernaut at this point, I think that's acceptable. I would love for them to try to jam a 6-drop into this Reprieve, knowing that they need to get their way through the Reprieve regardless, only to run into the second Reprieve. Would love that even more if we draw an untap land. They don't get the Juggernaut Peddler to be a 3/3. Delightful. And a second shot at it. And they do get the Juggernaut Peddler to be a 3/3. That's unfortunate. I assume they don't want to Get Lost, but there is pigs in the future that perhaps they are concerned about. They do not want to Get Lost. Juggernaut Peddler, huh? Yeah, that is a little annoying. Alright, well, we still Reprieve because there's a chance we draw into Stern Scolding, and that would be quite good. A Sunfall that perhaps they feel obligated to take, leaving us with our Reprieve. If they take the Reprieve, I just get DeLorean revealed, and that'd be swell. Both of those seem fine-ish to me. Okay. Sunfall gone. Juggernaut obtained. No more lies, huh? I'd love for this Lorien revealed to convert into a real card at some point. But I'd also love to be able to play this Juggernaut while holding up Counterspell backup at some point too. So perhaps we just accept this. Temporary lockdown, huh? Does that mean anything to me at this point? I don't think so. Like, maybe they're about to play multiple Juggernaut Peddlers, and I'm going to be sad about that, but given that we know they have a 4 or 5 drop in hand, it's presumably the scariest thing. I don't think Temporary Lockdown's going to swing this one direction or another. Okay. What do you have that you were willing to just not play there, opponent? Meow indeed. That's what you drew, huh? That is actually really, really, really annoying. Fair enough. Okay. You kinda got me. I was really hoping they'd have another Vein Ripper, but okay. We will let them have their pig, and we will hope that they don't pick first pig. Man, that treasure is literally and figuratively saving their bacon. I guess they can actually grab second pig here, too. Yeah. Since it does lose to... or it does beat first pig once you jump it in the air. Okay, well, that's excellent. I think I'm willing to let this pig hit me once. Because if they want to spend 4 mana pumping it, then well, I'm eventually just going to lend a ham it. I've got enough life total to spare, I think. We take 3. Sure. I wonder if I've been baited by the 6-drop, and if they only had a single copy of that 6-drop in their deck. I would like to attempt to kill your pig and probably get my Porcine Portent removal spelled. No? Okay. I can live with that. That also sounds good to me. What are you going to do before I untap, opponent? Nothing? Alright. I feel like that means I win. Perhaps that is not correct, but it certainly feels that way. Three damage, successful. I would like to play this fantastic top deck. Are we agreed? We are agreed. Delightful. Okay. Rust go down. And in fact, they had more 6-drops, apparently. They have to be Reanimator, then. Oh! Are they... They're playing push-pull, aren't they? The idea is that you discard the 6-drops to Crucius and are guaranteed to get pull, and then get back Vein Ripper, Trumpeting Carnosaur as your, like, super fancy win-con nonsense. Which means I need to be concerned about 6-drops. Which means I need to not do anything about this Deep Cavern Bat. Because I just want to sit here with these in hand. That's very cute, opponent. I like that idea a lot. You get to be aggressive and disruptive and have a game-winning combo. That's quite nice. Do we ever blow up their treasure? Yeah, I think that could definitely be on the table at some point. I don't know if that's better than putting counters on Midnight Clock for a while, though. If they make one more land drop, I think I need to start considering that, now that they've left me with no more lies. Maybe I should just do that immediately? Kind of unclear. Alright, well. I should probably just do it immediately. I would actually... No, that works, right? No, it does not work. This, and that. And then I have No More Lies up, plus First Little Pig activation. I assume I want First Little Pig rather than Second Little Pig. 2 additional power is not insignificant. Especially if I'm threatening to hold up activation to block Deep Cavern Bat. What would be relevant to exile? The Portent? If they get more pigs, I guess. But I also probably would rather just have a Second Little Pig at that point. I guess we're doing it this way? Playing that before attacking. Yeah, the third Little Pig is a lot less good if you're only playing Porcine Portent. I think that the idea is it's supposed to be like a really strong card when you're going all out on all of the pig cards. But we are not going all out on all of the pig cards. We are going all out on one of the pig cards. Crucius. Okay, that's pretty annoying. Fair enough. Because that starts getting them treasure back towards push-pull. I guess maybe that was a reason to want another First Little Pig rather than a Second Little Pig here? Which was not really on my radar. Do I think they have the basics? I think that they probably have more than 0 basics, so they are guaranteed to have push-pull in hand at this point. Is it worth seeing if they have 0 basics rather than activating Second Little Pig here? The nice part about activating Second Little Pig is that it does... I guess they're kind of forced to chump block even without Second Little Pig activations. Alright, well... might as well. I don't think it hurts. I don't think I needed to activate the Second Little Pig here. I did. Six, 1, 2. No, nowhere close. Could fire off the second demolition field just to find out. Has the upside of reducing the number of untapped land draws in their deck in case that's what they need. We are not playing any copies of the One Ring, no. I think that there's mostly just better cards than it right now, although I might be underrating the protection aspect. Alright, need to dodge and untap land. Didn't get there. That's a bummer. I feel like the majority of the draws in our deck just kind of won there, but basic land didn't do it. Maybe not. I think Pig did it, Temporary Lockdown did it, No More Lies and Reprieve did it. Kaya did it. Get Lost did it. Temporary Lockdown. Sunfall did it. Yeah, okay. Most non-lands got it. Are we not playing any Oracle as the alpha? No, that card's mostly just bad. The problem is it has net no impact on the quality of your deck and requires you to spend 3 mana on a bad creature, which just isn't worth it when you could just play good cards instead, for the most part. If we flip Pig there, they would have had to chump. No, because they can just chump the Pig on the ground. Second little Pig only pumps its power by 2, so it only would have been a 6 power attacker. Let's see. I don't know that I want to change anything at all. I guess maybe I don't want Outrageous Robbery, so what would we prefer instead? Sunfall in that case? I guess I could see the logic for Disdainful Stroke, possibly, but I'm not wicked excited about that. Lauren's not very useful. Get Lost doesn't seem particularly useful. Hell, actually, maybe Surge of Salvation's kind of useful here. That might not be terrible. I can probably cut Kaya in a matchup where the opponent doesn't have Rusko. The trouble with Duress is if the only objective is to hit pull, then I have to sit around with Duress forever doing nothing, when I could just play cards that make it harder for my opponent to resolve Crucius in the first place anyway. Okay, this seems great. Ideally, they don't Duress my No More Lies. I'm pretty comfortable as long as that doesn't happen. I don't know that it does more than hit just pull, though. They don't have a lot of targets for Duress that matter. So I would kind of have to sit around not using it, because I can't just fire it off at the start. Yeah, it hits Portent, assuming they don't respond with it. I don't think that's really good enough to me. Do I want more black sources or white sources here? I guess I don't have a lot of reason to want double black. Now that we boarded out our only real double black card, I will absolutely take a Sauron's Ransom. Kind of an issue that I don't have a Stern Scolding. I would love to be able to Rusko with Stern Scolding back up. Deep Cavern Bat. No. I could Surge of Salvation to counter Bat here, which is kind of amusing. But, oh well. Alright, we're just going to Rusko. Lack of any ability to do anything with Rusko be danged. Tempo advantage too good to ignore. It's too bad Midnight Clock can't cast Surge of Salvation. I think I already said that, but I continue just feeling that over and over. Would be so nice. Phantasmal Extraction, sure. I assume they should probably take Sauron's Ransom here. But I guess if they can't actually deal with Midnight Clock, maybe they don't care. Maybe they're just willing to let me have card advantage and they take Porcine Portent. Kind of have to remove Rusko. No, don't remove Rusko. Okay. All right. That's your choice. You're free to make it. Don't have a directly great answer to Crucius, but if they're going to have a Crucius and I'm going to have a Rusco, I don't know that that favors them more than it favors me. Not a lot of meaningful things that they can get back with pull yet. Lands that I don't need or spells that I might want, and it turns out it's actually just worse lands. I guess sometimes the opponent gets to get you, because all 4 cards are bad. So you end up with the 2 worst cards. Shucks. I think I do want the white source here so that I can Sunfall with Surge of Salvation backup in the future. Still, Sauron's Ransom did its job in the sense that I'm extremely happy I didn't have to draw all 4 of those lands for 4 useless turns in a row. Alright, you successfully get the Surge of Salvation out of my hand, opponent. And you presumably remove Rusco in response? No, okay. Palantir, sure. Does Palantir not trigger because I have protection? It does! I had no idea that was how that worked. Okay, that's delightful. I mean, the rest of this is kind of miserable, but that part's delightful. And I guess we're going to just lose, because I don't actually have any spells that do anything. One Ring is too good to not play? It's fine. It's not that great. Like, you've got One Ring cards that are just cheaper than the One Ring, for the most part. Like, I wouldn't play One Ring over Porcine Portent. I wouldn't play it over Sauron's Ransom. I wouldn't play it over Rusco. You could make an argument that you could play it over, like, Sunfall or Temporary Lockdown, but, like, those are pretty different cards. Still Time Walk on 4 and then Sunfall on 5? Against, like, aggressive decks, but they just play creatures. I would rather my card draw be... Or rather, I would rather have instant speed card draw that is significantly better in control mirrors, given that control mirrors are most of what I'm worried about. We don't have to cut the good cards, but the problem is that the good cards are the card advantage cards, which means that you just have to play more card advantage. I don't really want to play more card advantage. I'm kind of surprised the opponent didn't just kill me there, but I guess that's also cool. I love having drawn the No More Lies. Means that when the opponent jams a spell here, I get to draw 7 after throwing the counterspell out. Yeah, starting with the rest is annoyingly good. Fair enough. Alright, now we make them pay, or don't pay. That's fine too. If they pay, do I Surge of Salvation at that point? Yeah, probably not. Can also play Silver Scrutiny. I think Silver Scrutiny is worse than the black equivalent that we're playing. Instant Speed is just... Instant Speed for Massive X is just kind of way better than not Instant Speed for Massive X. Plus, exiling your opponent's cards is really relevant when it comes to having a bunch of Rusko draw 7s. Like, you kind of end up at the point where more... am I actually just fine with this if I Surge of Salvation in response? Meaning that I don't get blown out by the Vein Ripper triggers. I am still taking 6 plus 7 is 13 plus 2 is 15. 15's a lot of damage. But I do get to do this first, just on the off chance we hit a counter spell. The main problem here is that I should be able to clear up most of the board relatively doably. But I don't have an answer to the Palantir. It's annoying that they got to get the pig, because I'm kind of tempted by the pig as an answer to the Palantir. But I don't think I actually have enough time to pig and Sunfall. So I think I take this 1 on the off chance that it's a counterspell. It's not. Alright. Okay, duplicate Palantir is fine. I'm sad that I keep getting the worst hands with Sauron's Ransom because we hit no cards that are relevant with it. But, you know, what you gonna do? Alright. Surge. Keep the Rusko alive. Don't get hit by Vein Ripper triggers. One unknown card that might be another push-pull. Hypothetically, I should have access to that information, but if I do, I don't remember. I actually kind of do still like the temporary lockdown here, though, come to think of it. And we also fizzled the Palantir again. Alright, let's go ahead and attack and get our delicious, delicious loot. Get rid of this tap land. Do some damage. Pass the turn. Hope we don't get hit by the untap land pull again. Okay, they could just top deck untap land pull again. Alright, I would once again like to dig 4 cards deep for any of my 7 counter spells. Sorry, 6. Only 6. Alright, was all 4 useless cards again? No. No, they were not. Kindly put that back in your hand, please, opponent. I would like you to draw a card, opponent. Do we have lethal? 4 mana, attack for 7. I don't have enough black sources to lethal my opponent. I have enough mana, but I don't have enough black. Okay. Oh, wait, can I also fire up? Wait. Okay. I think I might actually be able to do this. I believe 4 plus 3 plus 2 is 9. Okay. I can read my cards. Delightful. I was getting too complicated there. I was trying to figure out how do I fire up Restless Reef, then cast Dreams, then cast Sauron's Ransom. And that was just not necessary. Ooh, humana, 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 humana. Okay, well, then what do we do? Surge of Salvation. Weirdly useful there in so many different positions. Oh, were we at temp 3? You're right, that would have also been 3 more damage. I totally missed that we were on temp 3. I thought we were still on temp 2. I can't tell if I'm supposed to play Disdainful Stroke or not. I mean, they do have, like, Infinity 6 drops. And the pigs. Maybe it's better than Dreams of Steel and Oil? I'm not even sure if I'm actually supposed to like Temporary Lockdown against a deck where my opponent's playing Porcine Portent. Not clear to me how that's supposed to work. Though I guess, in a sense, Disdainful Stroke makes Porcine Portent less of an answer to Lockdown. I think I'm still supposed to play the Dreams. It's still just clean against 2-drop hand-hate creatures. I don't think tapping out for Kaya does much in this matchup, most likely. Would I board into Hearse if I had one? I'd think about it. Sad. Better. I don't think I can do Lockdown here with this mana. Maybe that's wrong, but I don't think so. I shouldn't be muted, hopefully. Yeah, that's duplicates. Although this is going to come in tapped, so... I guess I just take the Carusius. And hope they don't top deck an untapped black source. They don't. Radical. Then we'll bounce whatever they play here. I'm hoping they play a creature rather than the Phantasmal. Whoa, not playing anything? That seems like it's nice to me, so thank you. Do I want to cycle the Lorien Reveal? I don't think I do. Okay. Sure. Please kindly play a creature that I can reprieve. I would like to draw a Stern Scolding so that I can hit the Juggernaut Peddler with that and leave them with the bat, forcing the bat to take Sunfall. But we'll see what we get. Opponent continues doing nothing. Alrighty. And I feel like I want to force them to fetch the mountain here. I don't think that'll hurt them, but I do think that I probably want to deck thin myself. And fixing my mana while I have the freedom to do so seems good. I do not think their deck plays Atraxa, no. Or at least I feel like I have no reason to suspect that. Take an island here, why not? I don't think I'm gonna... Oh, delightful. Second white source. Alright, so I kind of expect them now at this point to lead on Phantasmal Extraction, which is kind of sad. Ideally, better for me if they hit a creature first that I get to Stern Scolding, but we'll accept it. Ooh, that is another target for the extraction, unfortunately. But still, they're tapped out here regardless. Pretty much they just take the pig. Yup, yup, yup. Ooh, okay. Wow. That's actually kind of great. I expect they go Juggernaut Peddler first. I Stern Scolding that. We expect they bat second. Or at least that's how I hope this goes. Actually, I'd rather them go Juggernaut Peddler, get it countered, play Crucius, get it countered, and then I get Delorian revealed, but I'll take what I can get. Bat first, sure. Face up Stern Scolding, I'll counter that. Juggernaut Peddler, I will counter that. I would like to draw 3. Sure. Do I want more white sources? Third mono white source is kind of awkward, but also might matter if we hit another land drop and want to go Sunfall holding up No More Lies. I'm kind of suspecting they're probably going to have hit another creature extraction effect and probably make us get rid of Sunfall here. But if not, most of our draws are good. That's a Crucius. That part's not happy. Discard pig, get something more expensive, sure. We get to draw a land. Cool. I think I'm going to let them bop me with Crucius. Because I kind of am willing to give them a Crucius trigger if they play out anything that overextends into Sunfall. Which they might do since there's a chance they drew a 6-drop. If they don't play any creatures at all, then I'll just get Lost the Crucius, I think. Bat. Sure. That's fine. Yeah, I did not set the stop at their end step because I want the ability to kill the Crucius before the Crucius gets a trigger, if that is the decision that I feel like making. They take the Sunfall. That is the most sensible. Given that they took the Sunfall, I am going to just deny them the Crucius. I think killing the bat and casting Sunfall is not correct. Probably. Maybe it is with the Disdainful Stroke. But I feel like the opportunity to draw any removal spell for Deep Cavern Bat's pretty tempting. Lots of lands for the opponent. The No More Lies rapidly begins to look pretty bad. That is perhaps the single best reward for having killed the Crucius that we could have gotten. Well, I mean, maybe not, but I'm still not going to complain. Alright, I would like draw spells, please. Getting rid of anything that isn't a draw spell. A slow clock. Slow clock. They get to play a 6-drop. That is moderately annoying. Oh, deck. Deck, you're beautiful. Deck, you're wonderful. Not No More Lies? Not when they had 3 mana to pay for it. They do got a treasure sitting over there on the corner. But luckily we'll be able to double No More Lies when they play their next 6-drop. Hopefully they don't have a Duress to start off with. I guess they would need Duress plus untapped land. But if their Duress effect ends up being a creature, then we can Stern Scolding the creature. That would be swell. Ah, pigs. Harsh. Okay. Well, that's going to slow down the ability to get this clock done dramatically. Especially if they just choose to not play the pig half here. And wait until they have more mana for No More Lies. That's actually just like the worst possible thing they could have had for us. Come to think of it. Okay, they don't play the pig here. How about another Rusco? No? A land? Okay. Harsh. I'm just gonna have to blow all of the No More Lies on that poor pig. And they had the untapped land anyway. Great. Okay. So if I counter, put 2 counters up to 6, go to my turn, counter up to 7, counter up to 8, counter up to 9, counter up to 10. Still not even gonna get there. Cool. Okay. Fine. That happens then. Oh, I should have represented Surge. I don't think they would have played around it, but I should have represented it. Okay, more lands. Not what we were looking for. Ironic, last game, all we ever needed was more counter spells, but here all we ever needed was more card draw. We've not drawn a completely insignificant amount of card draw either. We've resolved 2 Luring Revealeds. Just has not managed to chain together as well as we would have liked. Okay. Slowly getting whittled away. Would love to draw a Porcine Portent or a Rusco. Both would be stellar. Sauron's Ransom. Alright. That's a good draw. Although we are weirdly short on black sources. Would not mind temporary lockdown here. Here's a question that I've constantly wondered but have never actually had come up in a game yet. Yeah, okay, I'll take the Get Lost, I guess. Assume that was a Rusco. Oh, Sauron's Ransom we didn't take. Okay, I mean, I can live with that. If you... When it says activate only once, is that perpetually activate only once? Or if the first pig leaves the battlefield and comes back, does that ability get refreshed? 75% sure it gets refreshed. It refreshes. I don't know. I'm so wildly uncertain. Do I want to let this duress resolve without me cycling the reprieve towards a... I don't... Oh, wait, hold on. Do they have a... No, they don't have an instantly kill me thing in the graveyard. And unfortunately, the Restless Anchorage is not helpful. So they take the Sunfall. Well, we're back to top decking again. There is a cat who thinks that I could feed him. And that is very true. Alright. Alright. Oh boy. Okay. So the Restless Reef is a better card to play in the sense that it gives me a blocker for the first pig that actually kills the first pig, but gives the opponent full information and leaves me dead to a removal spell. I'm going to be dead to a removal spell no matter what. I don't think denying the opponent information meaningfully changes this game. Yeah, that'll also kill me. Ugh. A little bit too much flooding out of the good old 25 land deck. That's a shame. Talk so loud. And that's across the wall with the microphone facing in the other direction. How do you manage to pick up on a microphone that's facing the other direction, little dude? Can't convince anybody else to feed you? Okay. Well, I can't feed you, but I can pet you. How good are the reprieves in this deck? Played a similar version of High Mythic a few months ago and eventually replaced the reprieves. Found that I couldn't take advantage of the tempo it provides. I mean... I find that reprieve tends to just be good everywhere, and that, like, we are pretty good at taking advantage of tempo. Like, because we tend to have more mana than the opponent, I'd like side out reprieve against a deck that was a burn deck or something, but if the opponent's playing 3 and 4 drops, reprieving 3 and 4 drops just generally feels nice. Weird hand with strange mana, but no complaints. Was I supposed to name Plains, Fetch Island, then go Swamp? I think I was. That was a mistake. I was definitely supposed to make this a Swamp. How do I handle having made that misplay, given that I still need an island and a swamp? I think at this point I just get the swamp and play the swamp on turn 3 and don't Sauron's Ransom on curve, even though that makes me sad. It actually is kind of likely to be a costly mistake. Goes to show, never play your first land without thinking. Or you might just draw 3 Sauron's Ransoms and be very sad. I will take more lands, though. No complaints. There's the Sauron's Ransom. Yeah, I kind of just have to let you have it. Do I care about any of this nonsense? I don't think so. I think I give them the land and let them have the 2 cards that make me sad, but that they can't sorcery speed. But yeah, I'm explicitly getting kind of punished by not being able to Sauron's Ransom at the end of turn there. I guess it's not really that big of a deal. I still have 7 cards in hand. No, not like this. Alright, lands are card advantage. You take your lands. I respect it. It's mostly objectively correct. Do I care about Case? I don't think I care about Case. Why didn't I want to counter the Ransom? Because then they untap, play a land, and play Rusko, and that's way worse for me. Oh, okay. Well, I'm down to just win the game. I have no problem with that. It would be deeply sad if I couldn't win the game from here. Do I want a reprieve? No, not really. Oh, cool. Untap land plus reprieve, even better. Opponent discards to hand size. Delightful. I would like to play a Rusko. And now I feel like I simply don't care about what my opponent's doing anymore. Okay. Rusko down. How efficiently can you remove Midnight Clocks, opponent? Third case. Alright, your deck is mono Elvish Visionaries that accept their legendary. Deal. Land drop. Fibblethip. Sure. You may draw a card. Oracle of the Alpha. Do I care? I don't love Time Walk, is the thing. Oh, I only have 1 white source. Okay, never mind. I will Sauron's Ransom in response. Maybe I get a Stern Scolding. I got a Stern Scolding. Alright, would love to Stern Scolding that. I feel like all I need to do is deny you Time Walk, and I have no problems. Fibblethip number 2. That is a legendary. Deal. Bonk. Boop, boop, boop. Still not solved. Glad we actually tested that. Play the tap lands, keep the untap lands. Maybe I should have played the Demolition Field there. Just have the opportunity to blow up their lands. Might have been correct. Rusko! Oh no! I would like to reprieve that. Rusko! Oh no! I would like to no more lies that. I would like to Sauron's Ransom, opponent. I don't think they knew I was looking for the Scolding in that position. I'll take the unknowns. Alright, Stern Scolding. Cool. I love when my deck, or my opponent's deck, is just like mono cards that get countered by Stern Scolding. That's very cool. When are we getting a 24-hour stream? I don't know that that's me. I don't know if I can do that. Alright, I would like to Sauron's Ransom, I figure. Is that cool, opponent? Got an instant speed exile my clock? Okay, that is sad. That is sad. I guess not exile, just destroy. But this is part of why we like Sauron's Ransom. Card draw just finds more card draw. But a good old late night Alchemy stream. Ooh, Rusko. I don't know that I got too much longer in me. I haven't actually had food yet today, so I do kind of want to have food at some point today. That's not true. I've had an energy drink. Does that count? Hey, cool, I even had a basic. I forgot to check that, which I probably should have done. Okay, let's do a Rusco. Radical. And a Dark Slick Shores. Radical. I am prepared to counter anything that has 2 power or toughness. Or less. Another urgent necroscopy, huh? Very sad, but acceptable, since I do have another Rusco. Alright, please start drawing Fibblethipps. I would love if you drew any of your 12 Fibblethipps. That's actually kind of annoying. Could I draw Kaya? No. Okay. And I can't answer the Fibblethip that they're about to revive either. That's actually wildly troublesome. I have so many ways to beat that virtue. Can I please draw the cards that beat that virtue? My Rusco? Is that correct? I don't know if that's correct. I would like to counter that Fibblethip and get a counter on my midnight clock, please. I would like to counter that that Fibblethip and get a counter on my midnight clock, please. Alright, so we do have to find an answer to that virtue or they're going to revive the Fibblethip, which was probably worse than them reviving the Rusco in the first place. I guess the Rusco was better if we had a removal spell that only hit the Fibblethip, but most of the removal spells we... Oh, the Kaya was already in the graveyard somehow. How was the Kaya in the graveyard? Somehow? I don't recall not selecting Kaya off of a Sauron's Ransom. Did they make me mill? She was face... Oh, she was the face-down card when we took the Stern Scolding? Shoot, that's actually pretty annoying. That was my single best answer to Virtue of Persistence. Now I have to do worse answers to Virtue of Persistence. And land is not one of them. Shoot. Okay, so now they're going to get the Case of the Lost Witnesses. Man! That's really unfortunate. That just went pretty badly overall. I don't think I want to attack there because they just trade and then I don't get the counter on Midnight Clock, which I'm pretty sure I want. They go for Rusco again. Okay, I continue to feel like that's probably a mistake compared to getting a Fibblethip. That's an unfortunately fantastic draw. Counter on clock, counter on clock. See if they drew a removal spell for clock. They did not. Okay. Lockdown doesn't do me much good. Yeah, this is gonna be weird. And there comes the Fibblethip. Not sure if I'm supposed to remove the cases to prevent that. Okay, this is actually relatively excellent, so we can probably still manage. I'd like to get rid of that Rusco. Success. Okay, then we get to fizzle the Fibblethip stuff. We have a fair amount of mana. Assemble the team. Deal. Lorien revealed. That can go back in your hand, I think. Lorien revealed. That can go back in your hand, I think. Unfortunately, we must lose our ham. I think I was actually supposed to exile all of those cases, because if they re-entered the battlefield, the quality of my opponent's deck drops to, like, nothing. I don't really think I respected that enough. Either way, I believe I need to get rid of the Virtue more than I need to get rid of a Clock, which is kind of annoying, but probably worthwhile. I have seen the Gruul Overcooked deck. It seemed mostly worse than just normal Gruul Burn to me. I think the Gruul Burn deck is actually, like, incredibly good and rather underexplored, judging by what I've seen, like, from the average metagame. Okay. Sure. Fibble. Yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't be what happened here. Get lost, dreams of steel and oil. Not very helpful. If I had one more mana, no stern scolding. Alright. Well, the cases are solved. Yeah, pretty punished for not playing out that temporary lockdown earlier. Really should have thought about that better. Maybe we'll draw it again. Sure. Get to use the mana. Why not? Ransom, trying to find a lockdown. Reprieve and No More Lies, not that useful. We'll take the other cards. Pigs, not that useful. Okay. Rusco, alright. It's sort of something. Shrink that Midnight Clock. I guess it's probably better to play the Meticulous Archive. Midnight Clock off the top, maybe? Is that better than a random draw? Probably is. Alright, we'll go with it. Does shrinking their clock do anything when they have Future Sight? Sure. Shrinks their clock. They still have a limited number of lands they can play off the top before they're done with Future Sight. Reason Oracle is good in control music because of Time Walk? Yeah, I mean, like, Time Walk is good. The problem is you make your deck worse and you play a bad card so that you have the option to draw Time Walk later. When you could just play instant speed card draw and not need to get behind to begin with. Like, I feel like you lose more games tapping out for a meaningless 3-drop than you win in the turbo late game. Oh, they shuffled my deck. That's rude of them. Somewhere in here we have 3 temporary lockdowns. There's a temporary lockdown. That's probably too late, but still kind of necessary. Perhaps the saddest part is we don't actually have any more foreseen portents to draw into, so the opponent is just going to get their draw 7 here. I have one Outrageous Robbery that continues to be a real card. No Murex. But we do have Restless Anchorage. Yeah. Another one of those, huh? Alright. My card draw options are becoming limited. Oh cool, we did shuffle a Plains back into the deck. Alright, opponent draws some cards. Oh, man, still targets for Virtue, huh? Alright. It's such a bummer that they got to exile the Kaya. That would be such a radically good card to still have in our deck. We have not at any point in this game drawn an Outrageous Robbery, which makes me very sad. Nah. Okay. You have 50 billion Fibblefip.deck, opponent. That, well, you know what? That actually makes my Outrageous Robbery really bad, doesn't it? That's a fascinating way to counter me. Of a sort. I still have... Do I not have any Get Losts? No, my Get Losts are all in my graveyard. Okay, so I can't actually answer this Virtue, can I? Shucks. That's not good. Okay. Oh, to put it in my graveyard so they can Virtue it back? Cute. Deal. Presumably that means you have a different removal spell for the Restless Anchorage, opponent? Okay, then I will fire up the Restless Reef instead. Guess I kind of have to target you because decking is now a concern for me. I was not expecting this to come down to Virtue of Persistence being the card I couldn't actually beat. But I guess it's a very weird setup where all of my answers to Virtue have been just kind of milled over. Maybe I was supposed to just exile Virtue rather than the Midnight Clock and expect that I could just beat Midnight Clock? Was that actually what the idea was supposed to be? No. It's nice that we have finally hit the point where this is what they get stuck doing. I had thought maybe we would get here earlier, but here we are at last. We are a game to lose? Oh, I don't think we're losing. Oh, we are losing. Wow. How have I been taking more time than them? There we go. Okay. I'm at 17. We've seen no counterspells out of them this entire time, so 15, 16, 14. I'll be sad if they have a counterspell, but it looks like they don't. Alright. What did we get? We did not oh, we did hit a Rusco. Delightful. Okay. And we also hit an answer for Virtue of Persistence. Cover up their Phillips and they have no deck. I think they do have a deck at that point. They just have a deck of good cards instead, which isn't really what I want to give them. Unfortunately, that probably beats us. Did not want them to have the Time Warp on top. Opponent, are you sure that that conjures them into your deck at random and not just all on top of your deck? I guess, did we actually... Oh no, we actually just thinned their deck that much is all. Fair enough. Yeah, the Oracle was kind of irrelevant here. Like, I didn't actually have a way to win this game regardless. This is the Oracle, like, having been useless for the first 20 turns, and then doing something long after we lost the game. Which is mostly all Oracle ever does. Okay. The general problem with Oracle is that I just get to play cards from my opponent's deck. It doesn't actually improve the quality of much of anything. Alright, so we don't want Sunfalls. I don't really want Stern Scoldings. I want Loren's. I want Disdainful Strokes. I want Lorien Revealed. I want Duress. I want Robberies. I want Surge of Salvations. I don't want Lockdowns. I probably don't want Get Lost. I can probably do without Get Lost. Is that fine? That seems fine. The Stern Scoldings continue to seem almost useful against Case of the Lost Witness, but I just don't know what I would rather have. I guess maybe there's logic for not wanting all of the reprieves if I can't counter my opponent's reprieves. Play one Stern Scolding for flexibility then? Would it have helped to wait and hope we could Robbery for lethal in a few turns? No, they would have shuffled their library back in by that point. Lost answers Virtue, yeah, but we're boarding in other cards that answer Virtue, and also expecting that they probably shouldn't be playing Virtue. Like, it was weird that we lost that game to Virtue, but we're not supposed to lose that game to Virtue, because Virtue isn't actually supposed to be very good. It was kind of a very weird series of events that led to it actually being decent, that I would not expect to be reproduced in most games. Deal. I would so much rather get to resolve Sauron's Ransom than an Oracle. Yes, please give me Rusco. Thank you. Alright, opponent, you don't have enough to urgent necroscopy me, so kind of just immediately have to blow up Midnight Clock, I guess? Were the other cards we discarded also Rusco? Yeah. Alright, amusing enough. Alright, now from here on out, things ought to be relatively nice. There is still always threats of time walks off the top. Not a lot that can be done about that. But there is equally the chance that we draw time walk off the top of their deck and win the game as a result. Robbery for one? Probably not versus Sauron's Ransom. Seems better. What did you not give us that you're letting us have the portent in the demolition field? That's kind of wild. You trying to next level me, opponent? Very well. Oh, just a counterspell and a Sauron's Ransom? Oh, okay. Yeah, that might have been better. That's a tough choice for you, in all fairness. I think we just draw 5 while they're tapped out. They scryed to the top. So it must be something cool, right? Not really. Alright, you got me, opponent. Assemble the team. Okay, you know what? Assemble the team with Oracle of the Alpha actually is kind of a cool idea. Digging towards time walk. I respect that choice, actually. I think maybe you should have scried first before doing it, but overall I respect the choice. Okay. Now, what kind of counterspells am I supposed to be worried about from them post-board? Duress. Alright. Let's see what you got. I'm assuming this gets countered. Yeah. Well, that does make me sad. I'm going to bluff having a counter spell, and then just pig him at the end of turn. Sure, I'll accept my 2 for 1. Well, that's fine. Alright, what you got over there, opponent? Time Twister, huh? Well, how good is Time Twister if I also start to threaten Time Warp? Okay. Let's see where this takes us. And the beautiful part about getting Time Twistered is I get to keep this Urgent Necroscopy in my hand. Although I guess, actually, without a graveyard, that's not a super great card, is it? Fair enough. Somewhat sad, but very well. Now we're just kind of playing top deck wars where I have better mana, right? Ooh. What about if we were playing top deck wars where you don't have a Time Twister? Don't mind me, opponent. There's no reason why I'm not activating this map token. Couldn't possibly be holding something up that answers a Rusco. Want to play Land from Exile first? I don't know. Hidden information? I don't have a good reason. How much does this have to be? 7? Shoot, all of these cards are good. I don't want to get rid of any of them. Dreams, I guess, is 1. Clock is 4. Exile a 3-drop. Do I want to exile Sauron's Ransom? I don't, really. Get her No More Lies and Reprieve. Is that the best I can do? It's probably better to get rid of 1 Sauron's Ransom. A Mox. Okay. Sewers. Land to the graveyard. Activate Anchorage. Play the Mox, I guess. We're just going to try to clock them. Draw land anyway. Okay. I guess I'd rather mill them than me, probably. No, I wouldn't because of Necroscopy. Well, maybe yes because of Necroscopy. Wildly uncertain. More lands. Okay. Guess I'm not drawing them, and that's the good part. Yeah, that's a fantastic set of draws. Fair enough. Yeah, that's mono good draws. Fair enough. That's a land. That's a bummer. Half a second ago, we were like 80% favored to win this match. Well, win the game. Gotta keep milling. That's not good mills, unfortunately. How many basics have we exiled? Or gotten rid of? None. Cool. Okay. That's not very useful. Kind of hate that they've drawn like 5 good cards while we drew like 7 lands. That's sort of an issue. Oh, cool. Time Warp. Nice. You're right, opponent. I simply should have drawn good cards. That is a much better strategy. My only regret was not drawing anything useful. You have no mana up. Okay. That one is not solved. Okay, real magic card. Don't like my opponent knowing about it, but I like drawing it. I wish we had drawn that, like, any number of turns ago, but we'll accept it. We don't really need to build around drawing good cards, we just need to draw cards that aren't lands, for the most part. Like, I would rather have the cards in my deck than any of the cards in the opponent's deck, for the most part. At least main deck, but you can only play as many card draw spells as they do, pretty much. And if you draw fewer of them, it doesn't work out. Yeah. I don't like the part where the opponent just has a counter spell here. Do I have the capacity to force them to use a removal spell? Not while still having a decent amount of mana left up. Kind of hoping that they left a counterspell on top, but I'm going to be honest, I did not pay attention to what their scry was. Five, 9... I think I just have to hope they don't have a counterspell. I don't think the odds are good that this works, but I think it's basically my only option. Okay, cool. I would love to draw a Time Walk, since I could not draw theirs. Not to be. Gotcha. But we have real cards, and that's pretty cool. I kind of suspect they're probably going to kill my first little pig if I don't attack. But that's probably fine. It's better than them using their mana in a different way. If I had one more mana here, I could Virtue. Reduce some of the incoming damage. Okay, so they did nothing, huh? I think that leaves me Terra Sundering the case. The thing is that, like, free ramp isn't that good unless you draw 7, and the entire matchup is about who resolves a midnight clock 12th hour first. So, like, the fact that Moxes are good when you already win the game isn't really relevant. Okay. That's not a lot of anything. I don't even know if I have anything to fetch here, but I do want to thin my deck, if I do. Still no Time Warp. That remains the easy way to just win the game. Yeah, I was going to say, in all likelihood, they kill that. I have no way to respond. But they are tapped out, so can I kill them here? 4, 3... yes? I'm going to say yes. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we actually just have to play rather fast. That will be interesting. I don't know, maybe I don't actually want Reprieve in favor of Stern Scolding. Alright, we might not be making a lot of commentary on this one, because I think I gotta just play fast. No. Yes? Yes. Okay, yes. Duress, takes Portent, sure. Don't love my opponent having total information here, but yeah, we'll live with it. Oracle, sure. Don't care. Takes the Rusco. Very well. Virtue, sure. Oracle, sure. That's pretty great. Not keeping things on top. Works for me. Sauron's Ransom. What you got? Notably, 3 in the graveyard. I would love the Surge, thank you. Sauron's Ransom was the card we ditched. Sad, but fair. I'm gonna go with no. You don't get to have that. Second Surge makes the first Surge a lot less good. Okay, Mox, deal. Ransom, sure. Cool. Alright, so that blows up Midnight Clock eventually. Well, no, actually, because I've got the Surges, so they actually took cards that were kind of terrible. I don't know if I successfully tricked them there or what, but we'll pretend that's what happened. Righto, righto, righto. Nope, I got another one too. Oh, that's a bummer. Alright then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, probably just supposed to draw 4. Ooh, lovely. Okay. I'll accept those. Interesting. Okay, why not? Got a blocker for the Restless Cottage and a Lauren to answer the Virtue anyway. I don't know that we're going to be doing that much Lightning Helixing, to be honest. I'm probably going to be doing a lot of drawing, too. Okay, fair. That's actually almost annoying. I guess actually it's not annoying in the slightest, is it? Should have done this first. I forgot we have 0 mana cards we can draw into. Scries to the top. Alright, well, hopefully that's not anything too scary. Alright, we'll take that. Guess I should have scried first before drawing 2. Didn't think about it in time. Kind of playing fast for perhaps somewhat obvious reasons. Necroscopy forcing me to... Oh, well, yeah, alright. Forcing me to chump block is actually kind of annoying. Fair enough. I guess not that annoying since I've got another Rusco anyway. I actually do want Kaya up to 5 loyalty, weirdly enough, so that I can down tick on a Rusco. Sweet. That's stellar. 3.5 minutes. Alrighty. Do a blish as long as the opponent doesn't draw anything too busted. That's relatively good. Yeah, I would not attack into the Restless Reef either, opponent. A negate, you say? Alright, well, let's do this while they're tapped out, then. Yeah, you still got an animate on the backswing. Nope. Alright, opponent. What's your top deck got? Because I don't think it's going to be good enough. I was sort of planning to -3 the Rusco, but then I realized that I need to have the -3 up for Virtue. And I also had a Rusco in play already. So, like, the value of -3 in the Rusco is a little worse. Yeah, there's the Time Walk. But that has the downside of not leaving you with a Time Lock in your deck, opponent. What's it gonna be? I don't see nothing working out for you here, opponent, and I got 2.5 whole minutes left on this clock. I got an awful lot of lands. I don't know that you can get rid of all of this stuff with an urgent necroscopy and stop me from, you know, doing everything I want to do. Because it turns out you can't actually kill Kaya. Alright, deal. I believe that's still very lethal. Woo! Man. Hey, see, this is kind of what I mean. Like, Kaya and Outrageous Robbery are kind of just, like, much, much, much better cards than Oracle of the Alpha. I'm willing to give some credit. I don't think Case of Lost Witness is terrible. I think it's just not worth not having access to temporary lockdown. But like in the opponent's deck that's doing some interesting things with Assemble the Team and where Urgent Necroscopy is just like probably a relatively good card, and so you're not playing lockdown anyway. I think that the Case of the Lost Witness stuff makes total sense. I can't really believe that it's worth it to play Oracle. Is Standard just too fast for Kaya to stick? It's more that Kaya doesn't have any crazy meaningful downtick targets in Standard. Kaya was a really good card against Domain for a while, where like Kaya just sat around making it wildly difficult to ever play an Atraxa if your opponent had already put a Kaya into play. But yeah, like Esper is a tempo deck that expensive spells are bad against, and Kaya is a very expensive spell that isn't a sweeper. Teamer just completely ignores Kaya. I had a bad draw playing Teamer against a black-white control player where Akaya sat around and ticked up to I think like 30 loyalty and put the opponent at 60 and did about 40 damage to me, and it actually just didn't matter because I had gained more life than that and still fireballed them for 70. And at no point in the game was there ever a target for Kaya to downtick on that was remotely relevant. And like 7 is way too slow against all of the aggro decks. There's just Kaya is a card who is defined by the decks she answers rather than like an inherent quality. And it just so happens that being able to downtick on Rusko is stellar, especially when you leave behind a body that's very challenging to remove and continues to threaten to do that. But hey, we get to Kaya here, and Kaya is very good here. Because Kaya was also preventing my opponent from playing the Virtue. Not that that really would have been relevant here. Other fun thing, I have in game 1 against aggro downticked Kaya on my own temporary lockdown to get a new temporary lockdown trigger to avoid dying, which I'm not sure is good, but is very fun that that's a thing you can do. All right, I think we're going to call it there, folks. I will need to look more into what YouTube streaming stuff actually requires of me to like figure out how to make YouTube like the fact that we're streaming. I don't know what notifications go. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how any of you ever find this thing on Twitch anyway. No clue at all. We kind of just like at some point people started showing up, and I don't know how we did that, but we'll have to figure out how to do the same thing on YouTube eventually. I know, I get why people come back. I have no clue how anyone found this stream in the very, very first place. Because I don't know how I find streams. I should probably pay attention to that as someone who's like hypothetically supposed to try to shill my own content, despite that feeling like the weirdest thing on earth. Might have been a raid from someone. I don't remember. Like I vaguely remember the very first stream I did had like 12 people show up, and I thought that was mind-boggling, and it didn't make sense to me how that happened. Yeah, that's true. That's true. YouTube's discovery algorithms are a little different. So maybe we'll need to figure out how to, like, cheese that system. But I'll look into how to do that. If that means asking everybody on Twitch to go onto YouTube and like the stream, click the bell button, That might kill me, but maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe I'll just have to accept the damage to my soul. Well, we'll figure something out. Alright. I actually don't know how we're gonna do the ending the stream thing on YouTube, but we'll raid somebody on Twitch, because that at least I know how to do. I'm going to assume nobody is playing Alchemy. Is that right? Oh, Scotty! MCQ prep. I mean, I see Jar Soul, so this is probably Alchemy. Maybe it's historic, but who knows what the difference is. Either way, we're going to send the raid over there. Thanks for hanging out, folks. To the people who are maybe watching this on YouTube, because maybe VOD recognition on YouTube is actually decent. I don't know. Thanks for watching, I guess. Yeah. This was an experiment. Hopefully it worked out well. See you all again soon indeed. I imagine I'll probably be streaming more of this deck over the course of the next couple of days to prep for this Saturday. But until then, take care, everybody.